I would request CA Mugdha Guruvole to please take over the session. Thank you.
So good afternoon everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you. So the topic for today is introduction to international taxation. How many of you deal with clients and you advise on international taxation? Raise your hands please. Okay, good. So in today's day and age, obviously we all know that with globalization, there are so many transactions that happen with different countries, and therefore it is very important that we know how do we deal with such situations. It is a very interesting and very relevant topic. So let's just dive into it. So we all are residents, right? Do we all get taxed in India? Obviously, yes, it's a no-brainer. But think of a situation if you have a non-resident, he's sitting somewhere out of India, but obviously earning income in India. Do you think paisa lena chahiye? Do you think we should collect taxes from them? Of course, I would say please unse zyada lo so that we pay less in India, right? So obviously, they should be taxed because the source of their income is in India. Source matlab they are deriving income in India, right? So they need to be taxed, and that's where section 4, 5 and 9 will talk about how non-residents are going to be taxed. Okay, now imagine the US company, say for example, is deriving income in India, and the Indian government is going to say that okay, pay taxes in India because the income is derived from India. They take the money, they pay taxes in India, take the money out, go to US, and the US government is going to say, okay, look, you are resident of US, pay me tax again. Okay, so do you think there's going to be a double tax here? They are going to pay tax in India as well as in US. It can have a manifold effect. It could be a deal breaker because then the companies won't be encouraged, they are paying too much taxes. That's going to impact their profit. So that's where the concept of DTAA, which says Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement, where two countries, the diplomats of both the countries come together and decide which country gets the right to tax which income and at what rate. Okay, so just quick statistics, India has around 90 DTAAs with different countries, and it's based on UN convention. There are different conventions, but what we just need to understand is India is going to say, look, you have derived income in India, your source is in India, please pay taxes in India and take your money out, right? Now, what's the first thing when a client comes to you and asks you a query? What are you going to do? Are you going to Google? Please, no. There are few things that you need to remember from where you will start. The first thing is please read the text of the DTAA. It is available on the income tax portal. Please don't Google. It's all nicely calibrated for us. Please look into the DTAAs, and then if you want to do some interpretations, you have different model commentaries, you will have technical explanations, you will have authors in India as well as US and in different countries who've written very good things for us. So the interpretation aids are also available. Right, so this is the basic construct. Having discussed this, let's take an example of how do we really deal with such a situation. Now, say in this example you have ABC Co, who's set up somewhere outside India, and then you have XYZ Co, who is Indian company. Okay, we need to really understand what is international tax. When XYZ Co is going to earn income in India, it is going to pay taxes in India based on the domestic law. When the money reaches up in ABC Co company's residential domestic law will also apply. When we talk of international taxation and double avoidance, what we are essentially talking is when XYZ Co is going to pay something to ABC. Say in my example you have payment of interest, royalty, FTS, dividend. These are the things which are repatriated or which are paid by XYZ Co and which is income of ABC Co. This is the leg that we are talking about when we talk of international tax. The domestic provisions of each of the countries will continue to apply, right? So how do we deal with this? There are going to be implications in the hands of ABC Co because the income is derived in India, and there are few implications on the Indian company as well who's paying, and let's see what. Now let's take an example. ABC Co has earned interest income, right? What do? You open up the act first of all to see what is the taxation, say section 115A will say how is the income going to be taxed in the hands of a non-resident. Say for example it says 20%. Right, now you go, for example, let's take ABC Co is in Mauritius. You pick up the Mauritius treaty, you go to that article interest, okay, you say that the interest is going to be taxed in the hands of ABC Co at 7.5%, and you say that okay, 20% versus 7.5%. That's the only law in India which will say that you pick what is best for you, right? So the fundamental principle of international taxes, the Act or the DTAA, whichever is beneficial, will be applicable. So in this simple example that we spoke, if the treaty gives you a benefit of 7.5%, ABC Co is going to be taxed in India on interest at 7.5%. Is this clear? Any questions here? Right? Now, it's not as simple as we spoke. You just don't go and open the DTAA and just go to the article, see the section, see the number and go ahead with it. First, to access the treaty, there are a few conditions. You need to be resident of ABC Co. So, ABC Co has to prove that it's a resident of Mauritius. Okay? And for that, what do you do? Originally, I mean, you have to have your tax residency certificate, which is one of the primary documents, and we'll talk about it, how and why the tax authorities have questioned that why TRC is not sufficient. We'll talk about it in a bit. But, we spoke about the source in India. ABC Co pays tax at 7.5%. You provide TRC, and most important, at the end of the year, ABC Co is liable to file return of income in India, right? Because it has derived income in India, it better pay taxes, and more so because it has claimed the DTAA benefit, right? So that's as far as ABC company goes. Now when you go to XYZ Co, that's the Indian company, and when it pays income to ABC Co, it has to do a withholding tax. We all know when you pay something to a non-resident, section 195 will say that if the income is chargeable to tax in India, there has to be a withholding, right? So I'm sure all of you would have heard of Form 15 CACB. How many of you issue Form 15 CB? Perfect, good. So then what are the documents that you collect from the non-resident when you issue it? You have your no-pay declaration. What are the things that you say in the no-pay declaration? Yeah. There's TRC, correct? Sorry?
10F.
Louder?
10F.
Correct, you have 10F, but what we need to remember is that we need to see, there are certain conditions, okay? So, if we talk about interest, have you all read the DTAA that it says that to apply 7.5% in our example, ABC Co has to be a beneficial owner? Heard of this concept, beneficial owner? Right, so basically what it says that even if ABC Co is a legal owner, that is not sufficient. Okay, ABC Co has to be a beneficial owner, which means it can decide what to do with that interest, whether it wants to keep it with ABC Co, it wants to divert, do whatever it wants, but that right has to be with the board of directors of ABC Co. Please go home, check the P declaration or the declaration that you take, and see if you specifically say that you have to be a beneficial owner. Okay, and there are a lot of judicial precedents on this who have questioned, because what happens typically is you have multiple layers above ABC Co, and ABC Co is just an entity to take benefit of the treaty. The board of directors do not have sufficient qualification, or they do not have, forget about qualification, they do not have the right to decide what to do with the income that they get. They are obliged to do what their multiple above layers are going to tell them, right? So this is a very important concept. You will have a lot of judicial precedents on it. So please go check and modify if required your declarations, right? So that's where adequate documentation is. Surcharge and cess applicable on treaty. The better view is no. The treaty says 7.5%, 10%. That's the flat rate. We do not apply surcharge and cess on it. Whether 206AA, if ABC Co does not have a PAN in India, do you think 20%, which is a higher rate, applicable to be applied on treaty as well? Anyone dealt with this situation?
It's a subject to Rule 37BB. Documents which are given in the Rule 37BB then it is not required. Like they are giving the TRC, then their email ID.
Correct,
So
absolutely.
that 37BB was for that, introduced for that purpose only.
Absolutely correct. So if you have adequate documentation, TRC, 10F, and you have all the documentation, then you can access the treaty and apply 7.5%. Right? So this is the broad concept. Everyone okay till now? Okay, let's move ahead. We all like shopping, right? We go to 4 shops, 5 shops. सबसे कम rate जिसमें मिलेगा, we'll go to that shop and buy things, right? All the professional people also thought, ठीक है चलो personal shopping कर लिया, let's do professional shopping as well. And that's where I'm going to touch upon treaty shopping. And that's where all the industrial people or all the consultants, everybody in the world, I'm not like pinpointing, but everybody in the world took all the treaties in hands. अच्छा interest लेना है, चलो Mauritius जाते हैं, it gives you 7.5%. Okay, capital gains exemption चाहिए, Singapore चले जाते हैं. So all of this led to a situation where it became such a huge problem that all the countries thought this is not fair. Okay, you're just interposing a company in between and taking away all the benefits from the treaty. And that's where it's the terminology is treaty shopping. You're just cherry picking the treaties, you're just setting up a company in that country, just like a shell company, but your main people or your original entity is somewhere else. Right? So this has become a very, very important issue, and we'll talk about it, how the OECD or the world is going to tackle this. And when you talk about international tax, now it is no more about just eliminating tax. It is more about seeing how are you not doing treaty shopping and how are you going to come across or justify a situation why you are coming through Mauritius or Netherlands or Singapore or whatever. Right? So now the focus is more on demonstrating the substance that you have in that country than just opening up yourself in that country, just accessing the treaty and being happy chalo tax bacha liya. Right? So all of us as consultants also have to remember that whatever structure you tell your client, please be mindful that there has to be a commercial reason why you're telling them to set up in a particular country. Right? So I'm just going to touch upon key concepts which are very relevant. It's like I said, it's no longer just opening up the DTAA and deciding a rate hai chalo laga do. There are so many things which have come into picture, and most of them are basically anti-tax avoidance provisions, right? So this is yeah. So what is BEPS MLI? Anyone heard of it? I'm sure there is a lot of noise around this these days. So BEPS is basically base erosion and profit shifting. Basically, in simple terms, like I said, treaty shopping. Your base is somewhere else. You're just interposing companies in these tax haven countries to take the benefit, right? So this has been understood by everybody in the world. So they have come across with multiple ways in which you can stop doing this, because every country has the right to get their share of tax, right? So what is MLI? So okay, before that, BEPS has given recommendation across different action plans. Imagine if there are around 3,000 countries, 3,000 treaties across the world. Now if one has to keep amending all those treaties, it is practically impossible. So what they thought was, let's create a master document, which is the MLI, which is the multilateral instrument, and whatever changes, say for example, India wants to make in, say, India-Singapore treaty or India-US treaty, not US for example, US is out, India, say Australia, the diplomats don't have to sit across each other. They will have a master document which is MLI. They will say that India wants to make changes to XYZ treaties, and they will have consolidated all the amendments in the MLI, right? All this information is available. There's a complete document which tells what changes have been made in the MLI and what action plans have been adopted by India. India has adopted everything. But we are going to talk about 2 mandatory changes that every treaty will have going forward. And remember, now the treaty has to be read with MLI, otherwise your advice is going to go completely wrong. So one has to read the MLI today before you give any advice to your clients. So what are the 2 main changes? The main change in the preamble is that one has to not only eliminate double tax, but also consider the fact that there has to be no opportunity for non-taxation, or there should be no double non-taxation. India में tax नहीं भर रहे हो, Singapore में भी tax नहीं भर रहे हो. No, this is not acceptable anymore. So the preamble itself has been changed to take account into this situation. What is the principal purpose test? Principal purpose test says that the treaty benefit will not be available if one of the principal purposes of this transaction, the structure that you have advised the client, is to take the benefit of the treaty. What do you mean by that? The meaning is you need to have a commercial justification why you have interposed a Singapore company or a Mauritius company and not directly invested from US or from Australia, wherever your parent entity is, right? So just one example, there are many fold examples, many fold justifications for this, but typically one of the reasons which is prevalent in the market today is that if you want to make investments in India, in say Asia market, you typically have a Singapore holding company or a not Mauritius, Singapore holding company, because then you consolidate your Asia Pacific investments into that holding company. This is just one example, but the point really is that you need to dig into the company's commercial reason why they want to invest in Singapore, and that has to be followed by a proper documentation, right? So let's go back. We spoke about Web-Seminar. Indirect transfer, we all know the Vodafone judgment and then the domestic changes that happened in the law. But important to note is, has the treaty changed? Do you think one can really come out of the indirect transfer situation by claiming treaty benefit? Any ideas, any thoughts? Has anyone seen this? So there has been, so everyone aware what indirect transfer is? One foreign company selling shares of another foreign company, but that foreign company derives value from India, right? So while domestic provision says that capital gains will still be taxable in India, there have been judicial precedents to say that, look, when you plain read the DTAA text, that still does not allow indirect transfer to be taxed in India. Have a look, it's interesting, but you have judicial precedents to say that as well, right?
It was overruled by the government by bringing in the amendment of indirect transfer.
Yeah, so that happened in the domestic law. So one has to also see the treaty, right? And whatever is beneficial. So while domestic law was changed, but DTAA still, so you can still access the DTAA to see if the language of that particular country helps you to come out of the indirect transfer provisions. MFN clause, aware of MFN clause? Yeah, so there was it was all settled till now until the Supreme Court in the case of Nestle came into picture and said that, look, it's not automatic. Government has to notify that the MFN benefit will be allowed, and that's what it's done for India's Spain treaty for now. Let's see how the government also notifies the other countries. So this had created a lot of problem because everybody just plainly automatically applied the beneficial provisions without having the notification. Transfer pricing, another important concept if you're dealing with related parties. What it essentially says that if two parties are doing transactions who are related to each other, the price at which the transaction happens has to be on arm's length. If arm's length, what do you mean by arm's length? Basically, if I am doing some transaction with an unrelated party, I will not pay him something extra, or I will not get from him anything less if I am supposed to receive. So there has to be a comparison or a benchmarking of how you would have otherwise done a transaction had it not been an unrelated party. So that's transfer pricing. It is a complete code in itself, I would say. We can talk about it for really, really long. PE, again a very important concept. I mean, I'm sure most of you know, you take your declarations, right? Do you also say that you take declaration from the non-resident that you do not have a permanent establishment in India? That's very important, because if they have a permanent establishment in India, their business profits are going to be taxed in India at 40%. In this example that we saw, the assumption was that ABC Co does not have a service fee, agency fee in India, right? But the point really is that if they have a permanent establishment, there would have been much higher tax, and the 10% or the 20% tax that we spoke about would not be applicable, right? Last bit on this slide, equalization levy. You see those Google ads, right? So if a company clicks on those, if a customer clicks on those ads, you purchase something in India, do you think Google should pay tax in India? Obviously yes, because the customer is in India, they are getting advertising fee from that company who's selling the product. So this is exactly in simple terms what equalization levy is. This is a new concept. 6% is the equalization levy that the company who's selling products online has to pay to Google, and it better collect that 6% from Google. So when you're doing due diligences, when anyone asks you this, please remember there is equalization levy that your client has to recover from Google, right? Just the last 2 minutes. As consultants, there is so much opportunity in international tax. It just does not stop, or it does not even begin at issuing 15 CACBs. In fact, that's the last bit. The transaction has happened, the structure is already in place. Our role starts right from the time the company will tell you, look, I am based in US, I want to set up something in India. Right? That's the time from when our role starts. What jurisdiction you want to be in, what is the entity structuring, whether you want to have a branch or you want to set up something in India, you want to have a company or LLP or whatever. Cash extraction strategies, once you have this picture, how do you want ABC code to take up the money out from India? That is also very important, and it is linked to the instrument analysis. You want to have equity, you want to have convertible instruments, CCDs or CCPS, OCRPS, so many alternatives. So one has to really plan depending on what the commercial objective is of ABC Co in our example. And then last point, documentation. Please remember this. This is more important than ever before. Whatever commercial justification you want to have between the client, please, there is a need that you document through board resolutions. In fact, from the time you set up your MOAs and AOAs, that why do you want to have this structure, right? So that's very important. And along with international tax, please remember, because you are dealing with a non-resident, foreign exchange regulations also come into picture. So one needs to be really aware of what those regulations are, and company law if you're setting up a company, right? So that's about it. This is the broad spectrum of international tax, and I hope you gain something out of this, just to start your practice, or you're not just completely blank when somebody asks you about how do you deal with such a situation, right? So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mukta, for that wonderful insight on international tax. I'm sure it must have benefited a large number of participants, and some of them you could also find who are actually dealing with international tax on a routine basis. So, at the outset, on behalf of the Thane branch of WIRC, I extend a hearty vote of thanks for the wonderful deliberation on international tax in a very crisp manner. And we are looking forward to welcome you in further events for a longer period of time to know more about international tax. So, on behalf of the branch, once again, I thank you for your efforts. Thank you so much. Rob, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm C. Divya Salin, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to the next session. As professionals, we are aware of the complexities and nuances of taxation in India, particularly when it comes to disputes and appellate matters. Understanding how litigation unfolds at higher level is critical for our practice. And today we have something truly special planned, that is a mock ITAT session which will bring those intricate proceedings to life. In this mock tribunal, we'll witness a detailed case hearing in real-life format, showcasing how professionals prepare and argue before the tribunal. It will provide insight into the strategies used in both representing the assessee and defending the tax department, along with adjudication process by the tribunal. We are honored to have all the speakers today. Now I hand over the mic to our past chairman, C. Sanjeev Ramesh Sir, to continue with the proceedings.
Hello, Sadhguru, Namaskar. Chairman of Thane branch, all the management members, the regional council members, the central council members, my colleagues in the mock tribunal, performing the role of authorized representatives and the department representatives. This is an income tax appellate tribunal, a mock tribunal. The ITAT was formed on 25th January 1941 under the 1922 Act. There are total 63 benches and 126 bench members, and some are accountant members, some are judicial members. The accountant members are normally chartered accountants who have done the practice of minimum 15 years of practice. And we have today 2 accountant members basically. Sri B.R. Bhaskaran, who is a senior most accountant member or senior most member of the bench in Bombay, and Mrs. Srimati Parvati Padmavati Srinivasan. She is also accountant member. Both of them were in practice as a chartered accountant. They have left the practice and joined the income tax appellate tribunal. And we'll have the advantage of hearing the views. It will be, though it's a mock tribunal, it will be really performed in the similar fashion the way it is done at income tax appellate tribunal on a day-to-day basis. I'll just give the instructions. When the members come, they'll come from this road, this door. Then we'll knock on the door. We have to stand up. All of us have to stand up. You know, they'll do the namaskar. We have to respond to that. And then when they sit down, and they will allow the bench clerk to start the tribunal, then we start it. And then it will be the bench clerk will be announcing the case reference and the authorized representative name and department representative name. This does not happen in the tribunal, but only for the sake of all of us, we are going to announce the name of the chartered accountant who will be representing the assessee and who will be representing the departmental side. Departmental side is always represented by the income tax commissioners, additional commissioners, or joint commissioners. And the authorized representative, all the chartered accountants, all the advocates. So let us start that and enjoy the mock tribunal. There are so many regulations. There are in ITT rules. One has to follow the ITT rules for your dress code also, dress code or how you should behave in the ITAT when you go for the hearing, what preparation you have to make. Then you have to file the paper book. The paper book has to be filed in advance, 7 days in advance of the date. And then when you have the paper book, you can have additional paper books also, how Form 36 is to be filed. All these things are related, are covered in the ITT rules. Now we have got nearly 8 to 10 the ARs performing the assessor side, and nearly 5 are from the departmental side. So I mean, you come to know how the bench also reacts to the submission made or the way the arguments take place, and the way they also educate the chartered accountants. This exercise, this 12th mock tribunal which we are conducting now, we had so far in Kolhapur, Hubli, Dharwad, Belgaum, Kalyan, Vashi, IMC Indian Merchant Chambers, WIC twice, Thana is also 3rd time I think. So we are holding those things because we want that, and the bench also wants, the president wants that the new members, new chartered accountants, young chartered accountants should start appearing in the tribunal, and they are always there to help you. It doesn't give you tension. Okay, it will be, for the first time it will be a tension moment, but then the moment you start appearing on a regular basis, there will not be any tension, and you will come to know how to perform in the tribunal. So let us wait for our chairman to bring the bench members. एक साइडला डीआर असता, एक साइडला एआर असता. इथे ऑथराइज्ड रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह, एका साइडला डिपार्टमेंट रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह. इथे मी ज्या साइडला उभा आहे तिथे नॉर्मल डिपार्टमेंट रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह असतात आणि तिथे ऑथराइज्ड रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्ह असतात.
Private Limited, AR Rohan Pathak, DR Parag Prabhu Desai, adjournment.
Both of you have not changed the roles, huh? Continually be DRs.
Your Honor, the regular DR is on leave and I have got the file just yesterday evening. So just review the file, so request Your Honor to kindly adjourn the matter.
Do you know that regular DR also get the file one day earlier?
Yes, Your Honor, but that I couldn't get time for review, so just request to adjourn.
Yes, yeah, it's a simple matter, covered matter. Huh? Is it simple matter? DR seeks adjournment. You can adjourn. You are giving power to us to adjourn. Huh?
Yes, congrats.
Adjourn.
Case number 2, Mangesh Enterprises, AR Jyoti Jawan, DR Parag Prabhu Desai.
Yes.
The case involved is a transfer pricing. The case involved of my client included a transaction of transfer pricing, and that's why we are requesting you to transfer the case to K bench.
Yes, DR, is it transfer?
Yes, Your Honor, it is a transfer pricing.
So we will place it before Honorable President for
Yes,
passing appropriate
Yes,
action.
I'm obliged.
Case number 3, Sunny Electronics, AR Rohan Pathak, DR Shekhar Patwardhan, adjournment.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, our case is fixed for today, but the department on the same issue, hearing fixes on 17th,
Is it before the same bench or some other bench?
some other bench.
Some other. Then you have to move an application
Yeah.
to the Honorable President for consultation. We cannot do anything. First to move an application. Okay.
Case number 4, Funny Chemicals Private Limited, AR Jay Burke, DR Shekhar Patwardhan, adjournment.
Yes.
Your Honor, the additions are made, but for penalty, but under concealment of income, but the quantum appeal is still pending. So we want adjournment for the same.
Can't you argue with order on quantum appeal?
Sir, the date of quantum appeal will be within a week.
No. Our question is, of course, decision taken in quantum appeal will have a bearing on penalty appeal. Still, you can argue penalty appeal independently. You have not sought instructions.
No, but we were for the appeal we were getting the papers and all ready, so adjournment was expected.
But we will grant adjournment, but in certain times, penalty appeal can be argued independently. Suppose if it involves legal issue. If the addition made by AO, even though it is pending in ITT, there are case laws which say that penalty cannot be levied on those type of additions. So those type of cases can be argued independently. You have not prepared yourself, no?
No, sir.
Yes.
For example, bogus purchases. There are many case laws which say that when addition is made on an estimated basis, penalty cannot be waived. So we don't have to wait for the decision of the quantum appeal to avail of the penalty.
Anyway, prepare yourself, adjourn.
Case number 5, King Khan Infrastructure Limited, AR Abdul Kadir Jawanwala, DR Parak Prabhu Desai, adjournment.
No representation from us.
Your Honor, Radhika Sani was to represent this case from the AR side. She had just conveyed to me that she is not able to reach.
Pass over.
Over you.
Case number 6, Holiday Tours Private Limited, AR Tejas Parekh, DR Shekhar Patwardhan, adjournment.
Yeah. Your adjournment is rejected.
Sir,
Your adjournment is rejected.
sir, but the council is not.
Your adjournment is rejected. Are you a chartered accountant?
Yes, sir. Recently
Then
qualified chartered accountant.
Correct. Have you, before coming to the ITT, you should read ITT rules. The prescribed dress regulation. Why are you not in proper dress?
Sir, I am attending it for the first time.
Whatever it may be. We also marry for the first time. So,
Sir, I am sorry. It is a
you
request.
borrow quote from somebody and come represent again, not over.
Okay, sir. Obliged.
Case number 7, Manyavar Industries Private Limited, AR Bhavik Bhanushali, DR Parak Prabhu Desai, adjournment.
Your Honor, the SEC has filed the paper book just 2 days back, so we are not able to review and we were not able to go through the paper book. So that is why we seek an adjustment.
Why you filed it blatantly? You know the rules?
Yes,
Paper
sir.
book has to be filed at least 7 days in advance.
That is true, Your Honor. But there was a delay on our end. But we request you to kindly. It's a minor procedural lapse.
No,
Can you look at
minor.
substantive justice?
He has the case time to go through the paper book. So if you file like this, you only 2 days in advance, how can he go through the paper book?
It's true, Your Honor.
What we say is true. We need not get confirmation from you.
It's a minor procedural lapse, Your Honor.
No, it is a major lapse. Anyway, DR, they are raised the ground on validity of reopening. Are you ready on that? Do you want to get report from Devo?
Yeah, I have to get a report from him. Okay.
So he also needs time. Adjourn.
Obliged.
Case number 8, Rajesh Arora, AR Rohan Patan, DR Parak Prabhu Desai, covered matter.
So covered matter, they are finding it difficult to remove from the cover. Yes, how it is covered.
Your Honor, I think learned here doesn't have the facts. I'll just extend the case to you. It is regarding the SSC who had sold the property and 2 adjacent flats were purchased in joint in the name of his son, who is a handicapped son. And he has claimed exemption under section 54 and he has purchased 2 properties which are adjacent. So as per the amendment in from 2015-16, assessment year 2015-16, there is the exemption is available only for 1 house, but he has claimed the exemption in for that particular flat, and that's why the CIT appeal, the AO and CIT appeal have rejected that exemption, and they have the assessee is an appeal against
It's an assessee appeal, now he has to argue first.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to draw your attention to the landmark case of Bombay High Court, CIT versus Devdas Naik, where it was held that word A in a residential house should be interpreted in a manner that reflects the legislative intent to encourage the investment in the residential.
Mr. Counsel, you are referring to old law. Section 54 law has been amended.
But our intention is to invest in the flats. It is adjacent flat, but we are using as a one single
A
flat.
was there, now it has been amended to 1. Have you read Section 54 or not?
Yeah, Your Honor, I am trying to say that the flat is adjacent, but it is only single flat we are using.
How will you prove that?
The registration we can claim from the document. In the
In the
registration,
document 2 to 5, 10 properties also can be purchased from by way of one agreement.
even
That is not the-
municipal tax also we are paying a single municipal tax, not
that will not prove. So sir, send it back to AO because facts are not clear. He established that though they represent 2 flats, they should be considered as one house only. You place the fact before the AO. Yes, DR, you send it back to AO. Factual verification has to be done.
Yes,
Restore to AO.
Case number 9, Rocket Singh Private Limited, AR Bhavik Bhanushali, AR Parag Prabhu Desai, stay petition.
Your Honor, this is a case of, so we are applying for stay petition. The brief facts of the case are the addition was made on account of unproved purchases based on.
Have you paid 20%?
No, we haven't paid 20%.
Have you read the section which makes it mandatory that?
We have read the section.
Because otherwise we don't have the.
I understand. It's a high-pitched assessment.
Huh?
This is a, so the demand has been raised. The purchases that they haven't yet proved the purchases, whether they are.
See, as per the law, before seeking stay, you should have paid 20% of the outstanding demand. Then only we can entertain the stay application at all.
I understand, Your Honor, but this will cause undue hardship. And the
We don't have power unless you pay 20%.
You have all the power.
No. We are creator of statute. We are quasi-judicial authority. No, we don't have any constitutional powers like High Court and Supreme Court.
Your Honor,
What is mentioned in the statute only we can.
Your Honor, the reopening itself is not.
Is there any
It's bad in law.
earlier refund, anything there? Earlier refund which is pending?
Let me see.
Before coming to ITD, you
No,
should be
there is
ready
no earlier refund.
with all facts.
There is no earlier
It's a
refund.
final fact-finding authority.
Your Honor, actually, the legal grounds are such that the reopening itself is
That is
bad
on merit. So now you are arguing on stay.
for stay.
Even if you have a very good case, we can grant stay only if you pay 20%. So you may probably discuss with your client. And for now, we will adjourn it and we will say that no.
Your Honor, I'll also like to bring your attention to the case law of KEC International Limited versus BR Balakrishnan, 2001-251 ITR, Bombay High Court, where the Bombay High Court laid down guidelines for granting a stay of demand, emphasizing that where the assessee has a strong prima facie case
Act has been
and
amended
the
thereafter.
financial hardship is also proven.
Act has been amended thereafter, making it mandatory to pay 20% of the outstanding demand. So we cannot grant stay unless you pay 20. If you have strong, if you believe that you have strong case, then we will grant yearly repay.
Obliged, Your Honor.
Okay, there will not be any stay.
And maybe we can instruct the department not to take any coercive steps until you are hearing.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Your Honor.
Case number 10, Minisha, AR Radhika Devetkar, AR Shekhar Patwardhan,
Sir, in this case, there is unsecured loans taken by the assessee, and he has, during the assessment proceedings, furnished the names of the lenders, PAN, their address, their computation, as well as their return of income. However, in spite of that, the assessing officer has made an addition of 50 lakhs under Section 68. Sir, I contend that Section 68 requires us to establish the identity of the persons who are lending the money. Second condition is the creditworthiness of the person, and third is the genuineness of the transaction. Sir, in this case, because the assessee has provided all the information to the assessing officer during the assessment proceedings, all the three have been established. And sir, also I wish to state that there is no show cause notice issued to the assessee for producing the parties, as well as no notice under Section 133(6) has been issued to any of the lenders for asking for information. The assessee also offered to visit the lenders, however that has not been considered. Therefore, all the efforts for cooperating by the assessee have not been appreciated by both the assessing officer as well as the CIT appeals. So, I request you to kindly grant a relief in the addition.
It appears that you have made the addition for the reason that you are not able to produce the party before you.
Yes.
Why you could not produce the party? He is your creditor.
Sir, but no such so-called notice was issued to us to produce the party. We provided all the required documents, sir.
Yes, sir. AO did not ask the assessee, but AO...
No, in fact, the notices were issued, Your Honor, to the 10 parties. There were 10 lenders, and wherein 3 got returned as incorrect address. And in written copies also, sir, in 4 cases, the return income was very much less as compared to the loans given, and therefore the creditworthiness is very much doubtful, and therefore the department is insisting on producing the parties.
But their case, from the grounds of appeal, we noticed that AO did not comment upon financial statements furnished by the assessee. So unless he examines the financial statements of the creditors, how can he doubt the creditworthiness of creditors?
No, he has examined it, sir, and as compared to the
Assessee ground
loans...
says so. Balance sheet copy of return bank statement was produced during assessment proceedings. CAT did not take two cognizance of documents given. When there is no failure on the part of the assessee, how can we penalize the assessee?
But sir, notices also issued to the parties where 4 of the notices returned as incorrect address.
But now once loans were repaid, assessee cannot have control over the creditor.
Yeah, but then since the addresses itself were sir incorrect, then we request to remand it back to the AO address to verify it again.
No, the balance sheet PAN number is given. No? PAN number you can always verify. All the costs you can see from your side. So it appears that assessee has to discharge the honors. Identity, credibility, and then genuineness.
But it's a case where the addresses are incorrect, sir. So, and the creditworthiness also is very much in doubt, because the loans given, the returned income was just, in 3 of the cases, the returned income was less than 5 lakhs. And the amounts given in loan were to the tune of 10 lakhs and 15 lakhs.
Yes, madam. What do you say on this point? You have not prepared. Okay. Adjourned. Prepare and come.
Thank you, sir.
Case number 11, Raj Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, AR Vyomesh Pathak, DR Nikhil Tiwar, argument.
You are now submitting the
No, it is already there on record. It is just for your reference, my lords.
Where?
This is just for the reference, my lords. It is already there on record.
Yes, Your Honor. It's only financial and decisions copy.
So, just to brief you about the facts, my lords. So, I am a private limited company, and I have invested into shares of 5 companies, and the investment is treated as a stock in trade in my books of account. I haven't received any dividend income which is exempt during the current year, and therefore, while the AO has disallowed 25 lakhs in the section 14A, and there is a demand of 11 lakhs. The limited plea, my lord, here is that we haven't earned any dividend income which is exempt, and therefore there should not be any disallowance under section 14A. The matter is squarely covered, my lords, by the jurisdictional Bombay High Court judgment in the case of Reliance Ports, Kohinoor projects, as well as.
Mr. A.R.
Yes, my lords.
Have you read the amendment brought in section 14A?
Yes, my lords.
That is effective from assessment year 21-22.
Yes, my lords.
So these case laws will not apply. Amendment has been brought specifically even if you don't have any exempt income, computation has to be made under 14A. So these case laws will apply up to assessment year 2021. It will not apply for 21-22. You prepare yourself.
Yes, my lords. Okay.
Correct, na?
Your Honor, just to be very fair, I think amendment is from 22-23, so finance act 2020.
So you are conceding.
No, I'm not just presenting the facts.
You are conceding your another appeal.
In fact, they have 2 arguments. I want to make an argument on the second proposition, but they have not argued second proposition.
Yeah,
As this first proposition is concerned, Your Honor, I fairly concede this point that yes, this is as on today is against the department by Delhi High Court.
That is from 10/6/21, not 1/4/21. Amendment.
Amendment is from 1/4/22.
1/4/22, not 21.
Yes, 22-23.
So this assessment year is prior to amendment.
10% is 21.
So it is covered by.
Then how you will defend the?
No. So our proposition is that because we have not accepted the order of Delhi High Court in era infrastructure, and therefore we want to keep the issue alive from department's point of view. Otherwise, it is.
You can challenge this.
Yes.
We will follow the earlier orders.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Your appeal is allowed.
Apply.
But see, you have to clarify this.
Yes.
Amendment is from 22-23, not from 21-22.
I understand.
And here has been very fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Thank you.
So we will clap hands for you.
Okay.
For being fair.
Case number 12, Kapil Sharma Construction Private Limited, AR Bharat Sachdev, DR Nikhil Tiwari, argument.
Yes.
Your Honor, so the SSC is engaging to manufacturing of iron rods and entitled to reduction under ATIA. A search operation was conducted on the premises, and the SSC subsequently proceedings under 153 was initiated for 6 years, that is from AY 14-15 to AY 2021. The addition was made for AY 18-19 amounting to 2 crore 5,50,000 on account of suppression of sales. Sir, CAT has confirmed the addition, but according to us, so the additions is made on account of suppression in sales, and the same should be exempt. So the unit was entitled for reduction in ATIA, which was not challenged anywhere. So we rely on the case laws of Safe Developers Private Limited 254 CTR 127 of Bombay High Court, where it is actually a factual matching case for the same similar issue, which was in fact taken based on a Madras High Court judgment in the matter of Anu Textiles.
What does it say?
Sir, it says that yeah, that's sure. So Chapter 11, 5B of the said Act provides there is a special procedure of assessment of such cases, and it's contained in Section 158B to Section 158 BI of the said Act. Further, this chapter applies only in cases of search initiated before 31st May 2003. In this case, the search took place in 2002 and therefore the present case is governed by Chapter 15B of 14B of the said Act. Section 158BB of Chapter 14B of the Act deals with computation of undisclosed income. I have the copy. So the point which I am trying to make is covered in the submission I am giving right now. Point number 10. Your Honor. Point number 10, page 4.
It appears to be a different issue.
It is an old.
The point is, there is an addition of 2 crore 5 lakhs.
Right.
What do you want? On 2 crore 5 lakhs, you have to be, you claim 88 reduction.
Right.
How are you claiming?
So I am claiming 88 reduction because it is added as a suppression of my sales. And it will be added to my income. So once it is added to my income, it will be anyways added to my income, which is on behalf due to the sales made. So 88 reduction would be triggered automatically. That is my contention, sir.
So further, what does this case law say, state developers? State developers.
It is an undisputed fact.
Correct, you refer to case law. Which paragraph of case law you are referring to?
Paragraph 10.
You read it.
See, Your Honor, if we read para 10, para 10 specifically says that I am falling within the purview of chapter 14B. That is an undisputed fact that whatever I am eligible for section 80IA deduction. So there is no dispute about the deduction per se to be allowed. Now the only question remains is that whether the income which I am receiving now is directly related to my business or not. So suppression of sales, when they say that it is a suppression of the sales, then it would automatically mean that it is coming out of the same unit where I have made the sale. So it will increase my profit. Once the profit is increased and I am eligible for 80IA, then naturally by necessary corollary I will be entitled for 80IA. That's the crux of the entire judgment. And then as far as 69, 69A and all these are concerned, that also the said brother has categorically claimed in last paragraph. And referring to the Gujarat High Court in Fakir Mumbai is not the fact that the case are completely distinguishable from the present fact. The present case, no question of application of 68, 69, 69A, 69B, 69C of the said act arises, as the same has not been invoked. So I am directly covered by this decision. Now, secondly, I could also point out there is a circular. That circular is 37 by 2016. So forget about 2003 and 2. 2016 circular says that if there are disallowances of any of the expenditure, it would have an effect of increasing the profit of the business. And therefore, in such case, no addition should be made and the ADI should be allowed.
Addition should be made, but you claim 88. You are agreeing for addition?
I am eligible for
but claiming 88.
Yes.
Yes, Pierre.
Your Honor, my arguments are threefold here. First, as far as the SS's contention that there is no dispute with regards to fact that there is no addition under section 68. So, Your Honor, my humble submission is there is no stopper against the law. The fact is before Your Honor that the bogus, the sales was suppressed and now the sales has been found out during the course of search. and therefore the section 68 to 69A will get triggered. And Your Honor, the decision which has been relied by my learned friend pertains to year prior to insertion of section 115 BBE. Now this income is taxable at the rate of 60% in 115 BBE without any correspondence deduction. So therefore, to say that this has to be added to the income but corresponding ATIA has to be given is now old law. It will not be true as per insertion of 115 BBE. Now in fact, Your Honor, after insertion of 115 BBE, CBDT has come up with the circular which SSC has rightly relied upon. Now that circular also talks of only those kind of disallowance which is on account of legal issue, short deduction of TDS, something disallowed under 37 months. But that benefit is never granted on account of suppression of sales or anything bogus which is found on account of search. So the extension of that benefit of circular cannot be given in such type of cases. Otherwise, it will be double benefit. Whereas they should have charged with the 60% rate. Instead of that, they are saying no, you add to the income, don't charge anything, and grant me the entire deduction. That could never be the intention, Your Honor. And in fact, Your Honor, I was just trying to make some search, but in 2024, Mumbai Tribunal has decided this issue after considering the Bombay High Court and other decisions. I will furnish the copy of order. I don't have the printout of the order with me, wherein they have decided this issue against the association in the favor of department, saying this is not the intention of circular, and also the earlier Bombay High Court is not applicable in this fact of the case. So my humble submission is that associate's appeal should be dismissed here.
But you department itself says it is suppression of sales. That means source is identified. Then how 68 will appear? Whether any inquiry conducted with the buyer to prove suppression?
No, Your Honor, when I said 68 to 69A, any of the section, like if you say unexplained investment, now this is something which is not recorded in the books of account.
It is not investment at all.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just receipt not accounted for.
Yes, amount of, so 69B, amount of investment not fully disclosed in the books of account.
This is also not investment. Assessee is a builder.
No, Your Honor.
This is assessee is a manufacturer.
Manufacturer. Your Honor, the point is,
he is making sales, but sales is not accounted.
No, the sales is not accounted. That means he has received the money to the extent of 2 crore 5 lakh rupees. Now that money.
You only say that it is sales.
It is sales. The source is identified that from where he got the money. But when he not recorded in the books of accounts, the characteristic of the income will get changed.
How?
Because if it was sales from the business, he should have recorded in the books of accounts. He has not recorded. I have done the search in the premises of the SSC. I found out that this is the sale.
Now you only are saying that it is a
yes, you know, this is the source from where he got. Yes. But once I identified this, the nature and characteristics of the source will get converted, because if at the initial stage he would have recorded in the books of accounts, this was the same thing. I found out that this is from the suppression of sales. But he has not recorded in the books of accounts, and therefore the 69B says amount of investment which is not recorded in the books of accounts. Now after I discovered this is not the sales, because it is I found out during the course of survey. So it will regard it as the investment. Money was lying with them, they have either invested somewhere or it is still lying with them. We are not aware of that. So therefore it should be looked as an undisclosed investment which is not recorded in the books of accounts, and 69B will be triggered here.
He has argued on the fact that yes, this is somewhere I have reinvested somewhere, something like that, but it has never been coming out of the assessment order. Even the assessing officer has not invoked the provisions of 68, 69 or whatever way it is. So naturally, when having admitted that yes, this is the income which otherwise would be enhanced, if it is recorded in the books of accounts, it would enhance my profit. And the spirit of the entire circular itself is that when it has got a relation with the same.
Assessing also as associated as business income.
Yes. So ultimately it will.
Yes, associated as business income only.
Yes.
Not under 16.
No. They themselves say that it is suppressive. So naturally they say that out of the same project which I am doing.
Okay, we will continue.
Obliged.
Case number 13, Hello Sports Foundation, AR Teachers Sparring, DR Parag, pass over.
Who is asking for passover? Yes. whose mobile rang up? Mister, you get out of the court.
This is my first time in the tribunal, sir.
Yes. What do you want? Somebody's phone is ringing. It's decorum the case, you should not disturb the proceedings of the court.
I am sorry, sir.
In fact, it is my call. I am extremely sorry, but I did not know how to switch it off.
Don't bring phones here after. We can send you out, or we can seize your phone temporarily.
I have one more case too.
And if we seize it, may land you in trouble also. If we see the content. Yes.
Sir, the learned counsel appearing for this case is appearing for a stay granted matter in some another bench. Request you to please pass over.
Yes, pass.
Case number 14, Shaktiman Brothers and Company, AR Abhilasha Pawar, DR Shekhar Patwardhan, argument.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is a quantum appeal regarding capital gain. Assessor has sold his property on December 12, 2013, and the capital gain out of it is around 67 lakhs. He has purchased his house property
Now, how
on...
did you come out of this Bombay High Court decision?
Sorry?
Bombay High Court decision, Humayun, Sulaiman, Merchant.
That is not... I think this is a decision given by DR's point of view.
That's what they have given Bombay High Court decision. Have you read that decision or not?
Sorry, my lord, I got it.
Hello. You are coming to tribunal. You very well know that DR will rely on this Bombay High Court decision. Bombay High Court decision is against you. It says the deposit of money, unutilized money in the capital gain account scheme is compulsory. If you don't deposit, you will not get exemption.
But my lord, the assessee has purchased house property within 1 year of from the date of transfer.
Consideration has not been fully used.
Sorry?
Consideration has not been fully used. Should we tell the facts?
No. The consideration has not been fully
That's
paid.
what is the law?
Sorry?
If you don't use the consideration before the due date for filing return of income, the unutilized portion should be deposited in the capital gains account scheme. Right? There are certain High Court decisions which say even if you don't deposit in the capital gain account scheme, but ultimately you have purchased or constructed the house within the prescribed period, still you can be granted exemption. But our Bombay High Court, we are bound by the Bombay High Court. Bombay High Court is against you. They said deposit in capital gain account scheme is mandatory.
Yes, my lord, but as per Guwahati High Court and Karnataka.
That's what.
But the payment has been done within, actually next week may karna tha, but it is done within the 4 months due to some issues faced by the client, and that's why the delay
Do we
caused.
have power to condone that kind of delay?
No.
We think tribunal does not have power. So you will get proportionate deduction. Whether AO has allowed a proportionate deduction or not.
The AO has allowed a proportional deduction up to the payment done, actually. But as per Guwahati High Court judgment and Karnataka High Court given, the
Yes, Punjab and Haryana also in your favor.
Yes.
But Bombay High Court.
We are bound by the jurisdictional license.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We argued on your behalf.
Next case, Rahul Anjari Trading Company Limited, AR Bhavik Bhanushali, DR Shekhar Patwardhan, argument.
That last argument you don't mention. You have to just mention the name of the statement.
Your Honor,
Your Honor, the assessee is engaged in trading of iron and steel. The case involves short-term and long-term capital gains from shares which have been deemed as penny stock.
It appears that your file is delayed.
Yes, Your Honor. There was a delay of 29 days in filing the appeal.
Yes.
It was due to the illness of the accountant. It's a genuine reason not in our control.
What is the proof that the accountant was ill?
Your Honor, we have.
In the petition, you did not attach any proof.
Your Honor, it must have missed, but we will attach the proof, the hospitalization of the accountant.
Whenever there is delay, unless delay is condoned, appeal cannot be proceeded with.
Your Honor, I request the bench to kindly condone the delay, keeping in mind that it was a genuine.
That's what we are saying, for condoning the delay, just publish the letter without any proof. Anybody can write anything. What is the proof that the accountant was ill? How the accountant illness will affect the filing of appeal belatedly?
That is
the phone is ringing. We adjourn the matter. You improve your affidavit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Case number 15, Nawab Khan, AR Abhilasha Pawar, DR Parag Prabhu Desai.
Milord, this is a case regarding salary and gift income and the addition made under the income from other sources under section 54, treating gift income under section 56. And the AO has dismissed the party and it is an ex parte for non-appearance.
CIT appeal, not AO.
Sorry, CIT appeal, in case of CIT appeal. The major...
So AO's order is also under 144.
AO also it's a 144 order only. You can appear before the AO also.
Yeah.
And you say that Assi was out of town for 6 months.
The assessee's wife is suffering from the severe diseases and he is out of town for her medical treatment.
What happened with the AO?
Before AO, we cannot provide the proper documentation as he is not available.
Notice was sent to you, but you did not respond to AO.
Yes, sir. Because assessee is busy with her medical treatment and he is not.
Assessment order is 2021.
Yes.
CIT appeal is 2023.
Yes.
What is the disease? How long she is ill?
She is suffering from some severe diseases and the medical treatment is going on for a long period. And we have some her medical documents also, a doctor's certificate also. So
have you furnished it?
Have you furnished that?
Yes, we have furnished it before.
Before us?
Before us, we have submitted a paperwork submission also.
Yes, Your Honor, this particular case, the notice was served on mail also, on message also, because it's relating to assessment year 2021. But the assessee has not appeared before the AO and before CIT appeals also. So there was no other way for the AO and CIT appeal to decide the matter against the assessee ex parte. And similarly, if you see, then there is a gift which is there, and that gift is received from the assessee from his sister-in-law. So that is not allowed.
Assessee has not appeared before both the parties.
Yes, both the parties.
So they were forced to pass the order ex parte.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
See, even physical notice you did not receive, the matter has been, notice has been sent to you on mail. So you should have at least responded before the tax authorities. So that means you are least bothered about the income tax proceeding. Why don't you pay tax?
So
You
we
are
are very
having
much.
the capacity to pay the tax.
We are apologize for that, my lord. But as he is in a severe condition and is seriously treating with
On merit, whether this addition is right or wrong.
we are requesting you to kindly grant us some adjournment so that we can proceed with the proper working.
What point? Why should we adjourn the matter when both the authorities orders are ex parte?
The case is due ex parte as a non-appearance of a client, and as he is now in a condition. he is now in a condition to present all the documents and he is ready to face.
Yes, Your Honor, if you see, he is a salaried employee for 3 years, so he is attending his work.
Salary.
Yeah, he's attending his work. Yeah.
So we have to impose cost upon you. Otherwise, you will dismiss the appeal.
We will impose cost and send it back to the AO.
No problem.
Send it to CA so that demand remains. Yes, we will send it to CA. How much cost should be imposed?
Yeah, Your Honor, at least 10% of the demand.
Demand.
Yeah.
You are a strict taxer. We will decide.
Yes.
How much we
Oblige.
Case number 16, Thane Nagrik Patpedi, AR Romi Chavan, DR Nikhil Tiwari.
Your Honor, it is a covered matter. The case is related to assessment year 2021. The assessee is engaged in the business of providing credit facilities to its members. During the assessment, the assessing officer has disallowed the reduction on the interest income earned from cooperative banks under section 80P 2A1 of the Income Tax Act. On appeal, the CIT appeals has confirmed the additions. Your Honor, a similar issue has already been decided in the case of Shri Tatya Sahib Mohite Nagari Sahkari Patpedi Limited, wherein reduction under section 80P 2A1 has been allowed on the interest income earned from cooperative banks. A copy of the judgment is now being submitted.
See, reduction you are claiming under 80P 2D or 80P 2A1?
80P 2A1, Your Honor.
Both are different. But you are in the appeal mode, you are referring to 80P 2D. Now you are saying 80P 2A1. What is the confusion?
Your Honor, we had claimed reduction under section 80P 2A1. But the assessing officer is of the view that the interest income earned from cooperative banks is not allowable under section 80P 2A1.
You are confusing. 80P 2A1 is different, 80P 2D is different.
You want to look at the act? You want to look at the
I have the act, Your Honor.
80P 2A1 reduction is different. 80P 2D reduction is different.
Yes, Your Honor. So,
which exemption was denied? 80P 2A1 or 80P 2D?
80P 2D, Your Honor.
That means you are eligible for 80P 2A1 with respect to interest earned from cooperative bank, you are claiming 80P 2D.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why it was denied by AO?
The AO has denied it on the basis of the judgment in the case of Todgar's Cooperative Sales Society. But the Todgar's Cooperative Sales Society is not applicable to the assessee since the Todgar's Society was engaged in the business of marketing of agricultural produce. Your Honor, the assessee in the present case is not engaged in the business of marketing of agricultural produce. We are only engaged in the business of providing credit facilities to the members, and therefore we are eligible for reduction under section 80P 2D of the Income Tax Act.
How it is covered?
Your Honor, all the interest income earned is from the cooperative banks, and under section 219 of the Income Tax Act, all the cooperative banks are cooperative societies, and therefore we are eligible for reduction under section 80 to Your Honor.
So 80P 4 says differently.
Your Honor, there are judgments in case of Tumkur Cooperative Sales Society also. It is said that we are not barred by section 80P4 since cooperative banks, essentially they are also cooperative societies only. So we are eligible for reduction under section 80P.
Your Honor, my case is very simple here. If you see section 80P subsection 2,
which starts with 2A starts with in a case of cooperative society engaged in. Now the fact remains that there is no dispute as far as the subclause 1 is concerned. Assessing officer has rightly given him the deduction for all the interest which he has earned from his member. Now legislature has in his wisdom specifically mentioned in clause D cooperative society and not the cooperative bank, and they have made this distinction very categorically. And therefore to say that cooperative society will also include cooperative bank by taking a cue from section 219 is not correct, and the strict interpretation has to be given because this is a reduction provision, and therefore this interest which has been received from the cooperative bank is not eligible for ATP.
But cooperative bank is a measure of business. What is the basic character of...
Your Honor, I appreciate that point that yes, the ultimate business remains the same. But the point is, on what interest the ATP deduction has to be given? Whether it is on the all interest which is received from cooperative society or cooperative bank, or it is only on the interest received from the cooperative society. Our humble submission is that bank and society both are different, though the nature of business will remain same.
Cooperative bank is a cooperative society carrying on banking business. Cooperative society can carry on many businesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Cooperative society, bank is ultimately it is a cooperative society, constituted as a cooperative society, but carrying on banking business.
Yes, Your Honor. Still my submission would be, if that is the meaning which we want to give to the cooperative society, which will include a cooperative bank, which is because it is per se society who is doing the banking business, but it is not specifically mentioned in the ATP 2D, still it has to be disregarded. Because here we cannot extend any benefit as held by Honorable Supreme Court in 2016 that all the deduction provision has to be strictly construed. We cannot give any liberal meaning to cooperative society here to include all the banks who are per se society but doing the banking business, and therefore this deduction should be denied.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, the case is already been decided by the jurisdictional Mumbai Tribunal. We request you to consider the said decisions, Your Honor. We have submitted one decision, but there are several other decisions as well, Your Honor.
You have given irrelevant decision. It is an ATP 2A1. The issue here is ATP 2D. What you have given is related to ATP 2A1. Both are two different deductions.
Your Honor, those judgments also we will submit, Your Honor. In case of Shiv Samartha Sahkari Patpedi Limited also, the deduction under section ATP 2D has been allowed on the interest income earned from cooperative.
This is not applicable to this case.
Your Honor, we will submit it in the due course.
Come tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next case, Sanjeevni Pharmaceuticals Private Limited, DR Sanjeev Brahmani, DR Parag Prabhu Desai.
Honor, this is a matter of state petition. Sanjeevni Pharmaceuticals Private Limited is a pharmaceutical company having associate enterprise in the US, Halley Pharma, in an INC. There was a transformation office TPO report, which was against the associate. We had produced the TPO report as well as study report also, and the TPO has come out with some other method. We had adopted other method, but he has gone for comparable uncontrolled price method.
First thing is, have you paid 20% of the outstanding demand?
Your Honor, I have just got a message that they are paying the 20% demand by tomorrow. But then they want that a list of things should be stated, Your Honor.
Come tomorrow.
Oblige, Your Honor.
Case number 17, Happy Family Housing Society Limited, AR Jayant Bhatt, DR Shekhar Patwardhan.
This is a case where I am a housing society, and as per our general body decision, we are taking the transfer fees, sort of donation also from the outgoing and incoming member, whatever way it is. And during the course of period this particular 2021, we have received the total amount of 1 crore rupees by way of transfer fee or a donation, whatever we make. This was already passed by the general body resolution that we will ask for the money to the outgoing or incoming member to the tune of 1% of the total consideration what they receive. So this is in respect of that. We have already received the amount the society has received. Now, according to the assessing officer, he says that by bylaws, you are eligible only for 2,50,000 rupees. And balance amount, which is not basically the amount which is permitted by the law, and therefore the same has to be added back to the income. CIT appeal says that in this instant case, since it is a mutuality which is there in the board, the amount which is paid by the outgoing member, because he is a member at that particular point of time, and therefore to the extent that amount was related to the payment by the outgoing member, he has allowed it. And so far as the payment which is received from the incoming member, he has still made the addition. So I am in the appeal with more particularly regards to the disallowance by the incoming member. Now, Your Honor, basically the distinction between the incoming and outgoing member is not supposed to be.
That is one ground. The second is you are charging more than that prescribed by the society law.
That's correct. But it is a donation. That's what I am saying. Because it is passed by my general body. So that is the reason why I said either you call it as a transferable part and balance is the donation which is received by the member, incoming or outgoing member. Now what mutuality concept per se is that the contributor and participants are supposed to be the same or similar. Now, same in the sense, they say that it is a class of people and not the individual to individual. So, if the person who is becoming a member or who is an outgoing member, ultimately it is basically because of the incoming member admitted as a member.
The benefit given for outgoing members would also be extended to incoming member. That is your case. Huh?
Yes.
So we will hear here. Yes.
Your Honor, there is a direct decision in this case of the Bombay High Court, in case of Sindh Cooperative Housing Society, which is reported in 317 ITR 47, where it is said that it is a class of people and incoming and outgoing member does not affect the situation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Your Honor, the assessee being the society is very much covered first of all by the provisions of section 56(2)10, where section clearly says that any person receiving a sum of money in excess of 50,000 is chargeable to tax. Therefore, department's contention, since this amount received is of rupees 1 crore and it is without consideration, it is chargeable to tax under the income from other sources.
So their case is these transactions will not enter into Income Tax Act at all, because it is a mutual transaction between mutual.
Mutuality is the reason why they are blaming it.
Yeah, Your Honor, but secondly, the society is charging 50 lakhs, so there is definitely an element, 50 lakhs per person, so there is definitely an element of commerciality. First of all, that receipt is beyond the permissible limit, as the AR also said, which is in a way illegal. And also, sir, what department has observed, that society has spent a considerable amount on swimming pool, and that swimming pool is open to non-members also. So therefore, there is definitely the violation of the principle of mutuality, and that is the contention of the department, that you are collecting the money and that money is not spent on the society members, but they are opening the swimming pool for the general public also. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, it is incorrect. See, if somebody from my family comes to stay with me and if he uses, maybe they are not being charged. So what he says cannot be taken into consideration, because unless and until I am charging for that, then probably to the extent of whatever charge I receive from them would be taxable, because then it may go.
You mean to say charges are also collected from members only?
Yes.
Those who come is your guests?
Yes.
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 No, they are.
Outsiders are not paying any money, that is the case.
No, but in fact they have published an advertisement where
They are allowing enrollment.
Yeah.
So that is different transaction.
No, but they are.
But now the transaction is between an incoming outgoing member and the society. What you say is another transaction.
But sir, the amount which is collected of 50 lakhs, two transactions which are there, that money itself is utilized for the civic good.
Primarily for
So there
members.
is no mutuality.
Primarily for members. It is for members, meant for members. If they collect something from outside, how this transaction is affected?
No, what we are saying is their case is of mutuality, whereas what we are saying is the amount which they are collecting, they are also spending it for the non-members also.
That is not the issue now. We are concerned with the amount received from incoming and outgoing members. We are not concerned with the amount received from outsiders for using the.
It's not AO's case. AO made the disallowance on only two grounds. One, it is in excess of the bylaws, and secondly, from the outgoing and incoming members. So there is no issue. That's the AO's case. You cannot improve the case by saying the purpose, meaning the purpose of the
But madam, it's a cross appeal. The department is in appeal for this stand. That concept of mutuality itself is very much in doubt. That is the stand of the department. It's a cross appeal.
It is not his case that this particular money which I have received from the members is coming out of the general body decision that every outgoing or incoming member, whosoever they may be, they will be contributing for the benefit of the other members. So the question is that he says that there is some part of the whatever you call it, he says that some swimming pool or like that has been used by somebody else. But as far as my transaction is concerned, it has nothing to do with those transactions. Obliged.
Last case on the board, Sheikh Punjabi Association, AR Radhika Derekar, PR Shekhar Patwardhan.
Permission to start?
Yes.
So this is an assessee trust which was established with the objects to set up and be helpful to educational institutions for upliftment of the group of people following the Punjabi community. The assessee has filed an application for registration under section 12AB of the Income Tax Act.
Now you are reading some other file. Are you Share Securities Private Limited?
No sir, Shergill Punjabi Association.
Venkar. You have given wrong file. Yes.
So the assessee trust is being established for the upliftment of the group of people following the Punjabi community. The assessee has filed an application for registration under section 12AB. The CIT exemption has rejected the application, contending that the objects of the trusts are restricted to the benefit of a particular religious community under section 13 subsection 1 clause B. Sir, our contention is that this is not a religious community. This is a regional community, and there are several trusts already running educational institutions which are called minority institutions for the benefits of specific regional communities. And sir, also there is a case of the decision of the.
As per your bylaws,
Yes, sir.
whether the benefits of the trust is confined to only Punjabi community or
No,
public
sir.
at large?
No, sir. The first clause is for the Punjabi community. The remaining clauses are for establishing educational institutions for the benefit of the general public. So there is a decision of the Honorable Tribunal of Surat in the case of Shah Gulabchand Mulchand versus CIT exemption. The tribunal has held in this case that it was clear from the objects of the assessee trust that it was not for the benefit of only the Jain community. The CIT exemption considered only one clause for the proper appreciation of the issue. So they need to consider all the clauses of the trust deed. So we request the CIT exemption to do so. And sir, there are also other decisions with regard to the same matter. In case of CIT versus Leva Patil Seva Samaj Trust 2014, this case says that section 11, the objects of the trust, as in this case our assessee's trust also, exhibits the dual tenure of religious and charitable purposes. Section 11 of the Act shelters such trust with composite objects to claim the exemption from tax as a religious and charitable trust, subject to provisions of Section 13. So we request, sir, that the registration be granted.
So, the case of the AR is CIT exemption has not set the object of the trust in entire. So according to them, it is not restricted to Punjabi community, it is open to all. We will restore to CIT again. Let him take a decision by reading it there.
You also substantiate that it is not for specific community, it is open for others also. It's try to establish it before the CIT.
Yes.
Restore to CIT. This is the amount of the last so 5 minutes recess. My sister will remain here. Everybody should get up. When the riser is not the riser.
Permission of the bench members, this was the mock tribunal. But the way things are conducted, it doesn't happen in the tribunal. So we have to be extra careful about the behavior, about the preparation. We have filed the paperwork. And now even the bench member will address all of us. But before that, there will be formal felicitation from the branch side. I'll request the chairman to take over proceedings.
So today we have with us Shri B.R. Bhaskaran sir with us and Srimati Padmavati ma'am. So firstly I would like to introduce them. So what we have got to know is B.R. Bhaskaran sir is presently an accounting member at ITAT Mumbai. His qualifications include he has a BCom Honours, he's an FCA DISA, ICW Inter and ACS Inter. He's joined the government service in 2007 and prior to that served his practice as a chartered accountant. I would like to call upon CA Rajesh Athavale sir to please felicitate B.R. Bhaskaran sir. We also have Padmavati ma'am with us. She's also an accounting member of the ITAT. She has BCom Honours in ICWA and FCA. She has joined the government service since 2021. I would also request Sir to please felicitate ma'am. Thank you. Further, I would like to thank C. Sanjeev Brahmi sir, who has an experience of over 45 years. He's serving as a partner at BK Patwardhan and Co., one of the oldest firms in Thane. He has a specialization in tax litigation, return filing, NRI and transfer funds, and routine audit. He's also served as chairman of Thane branch of WIRC in the year 2009 and 10. Sir has conducted a lot of mock tribunals, and this was one of them. And we are grateful to him that we got to see such session. Along with sir, we also have CA Jayant Bhatt sir, who was instrumental in conducting this, and the entire team who are present here. So I would request Rajesh sir to please felicitate them, CA Jayant Bhatt sir and CA Sanjeev Brahmi sir, and their entire team.
Every time somebody appears before us, we also get an opportunity to learn about new things. So today, honestly, at least a couple of issues, I heard it for the first time, and it was really a learning experience for me. And I congratulate all the ARs and the DRs for making such an excellent presentation. And so just before coming here, I was having a conversation with one of the persons who helped me, saying that how as representatives you can guide the clients properly on how to be careful about the tax notices and the documentation and everything. And you are all doing a very great service. And as far as the presentation before the tribunal is concerned, you have to be, first of all, very well prepared. So I know that some of the presentations, they acted really well, that they didn't prepare well. So just to make everyone aware that how preparation is very, very important. You have to understand the expectations from the bench and also prepare your case accordingly. And you have to be brief also, like, to catch the attention of the judge within the first few minutes, so that you are with them and well aligned with them and with their expectations. So these are the few things that I want to highlight, and I once again thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity, and all the very best to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful words. I would also request B.R. Bhaskaran sir to share his insights.
Good evening to all. I thank Thane branch for hosting this in order to create awareness among the young professionals about a line of practice where there is huge scope. Those who come to tribunal, and if they are successful in tribunal, they normally do away with the remaining ones. They will concentrate only on tribunal. Tribunal is a place where you get an opportunity to present your facts properly, and you can expect that you will get a justifiable decision. But what, of course, these things we are doing since 2014. 2014. Of course, these two Brahmapitas, Mr. Sanjeev Brahme and Jayan Bhatt, they are carrying on this exercise continuously, and I really commend them for showing interest in training the young professionals. But of course, many of senior chartered accountants have told that the training, this type of conducting mock tribunal has actually encouraged certain new youngsters to appear before ITIT. Now that is creating problem for us. Because there is Income Tax Appellate Tribunal Rules 1963. So in any court litigation proceedings, procedures are very important. These youngsters don't read the Appellate Tribunal Rules at all. Last week also somebody came and produced a power of attorney on 100 rupees stamp paper. Whereas the minimum amount is 500, he doesn't know. He appears without tie. So all these things appear. Second thing is, most of the preparation somewhere or somewhere acted as, I do not know whether they did not prepare well or acted as not prepared well. But in reality this happens. They would not have prepared well, but they come with the hope that bench will be merciful in allowing their appeal. That should not be the case. On facts you should be very clear, because if facts are very presented properly, law will take its own course. And second thing which I noticed during my experience is, there are many ways of addressing the issue. Way number 1, way number 2, way number 3. You should be thorough in all ways, because you will be facing different kinds of benches. So each member may be impressed by different kind of argument. For example, bench A may be impressed by your line number 1. Bench B may be impressed by line number 2. Bench C may be impressed by line number 3. So you should be ready with all lines. So in any one of the line you should try to convince the bench. One mantra I can tell, but how far it works I do not know. If you are caught on wrong foot, please take adjournment. If you are able to take adjournment, then things may change differently. It may come before different bench who may be able to may accept your arguments. But ultimately what is required is, you have to be thorough on your facts. Because of our experience on seeing the grounds of appeal itself, we almost 95% we come to know what could be the case of assessing officer, what could be the argument of the assessee. So we just watch, you are presenting the facts properly and touching the relevant case law, relevant argument. That's all we see. Generally, my policies, I will be very strict with the youngsters, because they are future professionals. Unless we train them, future of law court proceedings will be, quality will come down. That's I always used to be very strict on professionals. So that's, if you have any other doubt, you may.
Any questions, any queries?
No query. So on ITIT, everybody is hopeful. Yes. Everybody should appear before ITIT. Don't give files to other counsels. You come and argue on your case, because you know the facts properly. Unless you feel that the facts, if you are doubtful, give it to other counsel, because he doesn't know the facts. He will understand what is written in the A1, that only he will present. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now may I request C. Rajesh Atavale sir to please formally conclude the session with a vote of thanks.
Whichever seminar we go, we see him. So we should appreciate his efforts.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Thane branch of WRC of ICI for giving me this opportunity to present vote of thanks to all who have participated in today's session on mock tribunal. We are fortunate as well as grateful to have members of the Mumbai Tribunal, Sri B.R. Bhaskaran sir and Srimati Padmavati Srinivasan madam with us today for this session. Both the members have spared their valuable time from their busy schedule and blessed this session. So we are thankful for both the members for attending this session.
We owe to profession also.
Yeah. Mock tribunal is the idea of our senior members, C.A. Sanju Brahme sir and Sri Jayan Bhatt sir, which provides a confidence and encouragement to young members of our institute to enter into this new area of presentation practice in tribunal. Sri Bhaskaran sir is also supporting all time to both of them whenever they are conducting mock tribunal, and he blessed the occasion and he find out the excuse for attending this session also. Just to give a background, ITAT is a quasi-judicial institution set up in January 1941 and specializes in dealing in appeals under the Direct Tax Acts. The tribunal is the last fact-finding authority. I think this is very important fact that tribunal is the last fact-finding authority. And once the order is passed by the tribunal, an appeal lies to the High Court only if there is substantial question of law. Starting in 1941, with 6 members constituting 3 benches, one each at Delhi, Calcutta and Mumbai, the members of benches have progressively increased, and presently the tribunal has 63 benches at 27 different stations, covering almost all the cities having a seat of High Court. Tribunal draws an inspiration from its motto, Nishkalpa Sulabh Satvar Nyay, which means impartial, easy and speedy justice. Tribunal stands out for its uniqueness of imparting justice to the litigant by an inexpensive, easily accessible forum free from technicalities, regarded for its expert knowledge on the subject of direct taxes, besides rendering expeditious justice. More often than not, the ITAT is referred to as Mother Tribunal, being the oldest tribunal in the country. More importantly, it is success of the tribunal which has prompted the government of India to constitute similar appellate tribunals for indirect taxes such as customs, excise, service tax tribunal, central administrative tribunal, railway claims tribunal, foreign exchange appellate tribunals. You are aware that representation before the tribunal is an art, it is not a science. I and many senior members of our institute have been practicing this area for a long time, and all would agree that this area of practice is more satisfying as well as remunerative. I tell all my juniors and articles to visit tribunal and attend the courtroom for at least 2 hours. In that process, you will get to know how to appear in the courtroom, how to prepare for the case, how to represent the case, what is the dress code, the sequence of proceedings, principle of jurisprudence, presence of mind, especially you don't know from where the Yorker and bouncers are coming, either from members or the department representative. So you need to be prepared for every time. This is a practical knowledge will help you in understanding the basic income tax law, principle of taxation and evolvement of law through various judicial interpretation in the form of case laws. Of course, we are the officers of the tribunal, and therefore our endeavor is to assist the court members to provide the correct facts, so it will help them in come to the correct conclusion as per the law. I am sure that everyone has gained from today's mock tribunal session, and this unique experience will definitely give the confidence and encouragement to all young members to enter into this area of practice. Last but not the least, I am thankful to the President of the Tribunal, Mr. Badan sir, for allowing both of them to come and enlighten us for this session. With this, I propose a hearty vote of thanks to both the members of Tribunal, Shri C.A. Sanjeev Brahme sir, C. Jayant Bhatt sir, and all the members and articles training for participating in this mock tribunal. Thank you.
Charitable Trust Budget Amendments. So I would like to request C.A. Suyog Narvikar to escort C.A. Rohan Dede on the dais. May I have a round of applause? Talking about our next speaker, C.A. Rohan Dede. He is presently a committee member of AIFTI, All India Federation of Tax Practitioners Western Zone, Treasurer of Tax Practitioners Thane, past member of the Corporate Laws and Corporate Governance Committee of the WIRC of ICAI, and he has been speaker at various forums on topics related to taxation. May I request C.A. Suyog Narvikar to please felicitate our esteemed speaker with the token of appreciation. Hello. Without further ado, I would like to request C.A. Rohan Dede sir to please address the gathering.
Very good evening to all. Today's topic is just covering the budget amendments which are applicable to trusts and charitable institutions by the Finance Act of 2024. To summarize, there are 5 amendments which have been made by the Finance Act of 2024. 2 are procedural in nature, they have changed the procedure. One change is actually rectificatory in nature in the sense that there was something missing and they have rectified it. One is actually granting relief because there was some misinterpretation in the clause. And one is an actual change in the taxation, provision of taxation. So we will cover all 5. The procedural changes we'll cover at first, we'll run through them, then we'll come to the balance 3 amendments. So the first amendment is that the time limit to grant the 12A and 80G registrations has been increased. So the timelines have been rationalized for the CIT exemption. Earlier, if you are, you may be aware that once we filed an application, from the end of the month, the CIT used to get a period of 6 months, either for 12A or for ATG. So now the time limits have been rationalized. It has been proposed and amended that the CIT will now get 6 months from the end of the quarter. So suppose you are filing application either in the month of Jan, Feb or March. So once that quarter ends in March, your applications will be adjusted by the September month of that particular year. So this has been done in order to reduce the workload of the CIT exemptions, in the sense that every year, every month during the last week or last 7 to 10 days, the CIT exemptions, the office was totally flooded with all the visitors, and they were not getting their due time to do all their administrative work. So the CBDT has recommended and now finally passed by the ministry. The timelines have been extended. So it is now 6 months from the end of the quarter in which you will file your applications. So there will be only 4 months in which the applications will, you will normally get all your registrations. The second provision is that there is a section 12AC which has been introduced. So this provision was already there in 115 TD, the accredited tax provisions. It stated that if you convert any charitable trust or an institution to any mode which is not a mode which is prescribed, in the sense that if you converted your trust into maybe a private mode, or if you changed the object, you did not go for the revalidation of your 12A. So in that case, or you are merged with any other trust whose objects and aims are not similar, so your trust would become liable to accredited tax. So now they have got in a section 12AC which states that there are 3 conditions which are prescribed. First is that if it is having the same or similar object, the trust with whom you are merging is also registered under section 12A, and some conditions will be prescribed by the board in due course. So if all the 3 conditions are fulfilled, then the provisions of accredited tax will not be not be applicable to that particular trust. The next amendment, this is actually a rectificatory provision. If you must have come across some cases, Finance Act of 2023, what it did was it bifurcated the trusts who are applying for ATG into 2 categories. The first category was you have not commenced your activities. So if you have not commenced your activities, you would have applied under subclause 4 item A. And if you have commenced your activities, you would have applied under subclause 4 item B. But that item B stated that you should have commenced your activities and you should not have claimed exemption under section 11 and 12. So this actually what happened was that the provision which was there in 12A was replicated in ATG as well. So we can understand that for a 12A, you might say that okay, you should not have claimed an exemption prior if you want to take the registration now. But for ATG, it was not logical, in the sense that you might have 12A, you might have used that 12A for 4-5 years, and now you are applying for ATG for the first time. So putting a condition that you should not have claimed exemption previously, that did not make any sense. So we had returned to CBDT. They have corrected the provision now. So it says that if you either you have started your activities or you have not started. So they have removed that additional condition that you should not have claimed any exemption under section 11 and 12 prior. So the rectification has been made. Any of your trusts who would have applied for ATG under the new regime after the Finance Act of 2023 and would have claimed exemption under section 11 and 12, there might be a technical rejection. So now you may reapply, you will get your ATG after the amendment of section ATG. This is a very important provision, actually it grants relief. What used to happen is that the timelines for 12A, so 12A and ATG both were time based. With the amendments which are made in Finance Act of 2023, ATG provisions were a bit relaxed, in the sense that even if you had commenced your activities, you would not have faced the rigors of a provisional registration and so on. So ATG was relaxed except for the clause which has now been deleted. But the problem with 12A was that even if you miss the deadline, suppose you have been granted a provisional registration, they say that within 6 months of the commencement of activities, you have to reapply for your toilet revalidation. Or maybe some of the trusts, they have had toilet in the past, they would not have revalidated their toilet maybe in 2021 when there was a switchover of scheme. Or they have now been granted for a toilet registration for a period of 5 years. You will be due for renewal in the month of September 2025. So in all such cases, what used to happen is that because the timelines were not followed, the CIT used to reject the application on technical grounds, saying that your application is not maintainable because you have not applied maybe in the correct code, you have not applied within the timeline. In 2022, there was a circular 9 by 2022, circular 8 by 2022, then there was a circular 6 by 2023, then there was a circular in the current year 7 by 2024. They all extended the timelines. CBDT has extended the timelines from time to time to enable the trust to reapply within time. So now they realize that okay, there are a lot of trusts who are missing the timeline. So better that the CBDT granting relaxations each and every time, we give a power of condonation to the CIT exemptions itself. So now they have finally empowered the CIT exemptions that in genuine cases where there is a reasonable cause of delay, the CIT exemption now has the power to condone the delay in filing of such applications. This condonation is applicable from clause 1 to 6. So clause 1 states that you had not reapplied in 2021. So even that is covered. Even your provisional clause is covered. Suppose in a year where you have applied for a provisional registration, you should have applied by February of 2025 to claim your registration for the year ended March 2025, but you somehow missed it due to some genuine reason and you applied thereafter. And now you come to know that okay, you actually needed a 12A for the previous year because there is a taxable income. So you can still go to the CIT exemption and say that okay, you grant me 12A from this particular date because the condonation has been granted from clause 1 to clause 6. So it is a blanket condonation which is offered. Previously we used to see that even the ITAT, the honorable members, even they were helpless because they said that we have to interpret the exemption provisions very strictly. And since the condonation power is not available with the CIT itself, then we will not be able to grant any condonations. So even they were banking on the relaxations to be provided by CBDT from time to time. The upside of this provision is that unlike 119 to be condonations, the orders which themselves are not appealable. So this the condonation provision is enshrined in section 12 and you will get an order under section 12 itself. So this condonation if it is not granted, then the order itself is challengeable with the before the ITAT and hence this power will run coterminous with the ITAT also. So now you will have, suppose if there is some delay, then you have to have a justifiable reason, document that particular reason, maybe some technical reason, maybe some changeover in trustees, changeover in auditors, whatever, you document the reasons, present it before the CIT exemptions. If the CIT exemption does not grant, the ITAT will take a lenient view. So this provision was a much needed relief. Coming to the last section, so the last change, it's a major change in the sense that there were two parallel schemes of taxation which used to run for trusts and charitable institutions. One was the 1023 school and the second was 12A school which we used to call as section 11 and 12. Over the years they have brought in many amendments so as to bring both 1023C and 12A, 11 and 12 at par. Finally in this budget what they have stated is that the scheme under section 1023C will finally merge with the scheme of taxation under section 12AP. This will be happening with effect from 1st of October 2024. So no new registrations under section 1023C will be granted after applications which are made after 1st of October 2024. In 1023C there are majorly 8 sections which are applicable to all our trusts in common parlance. The first 4 they do not require any registration. So it is 1023C, 3AB, 3AC, 3AD, 3A. So 3AB is schools or colleges having income which are substantially financed by the government. More than 51% is financed by the government. 1023, I'll take the third one. 380 is again schools or colleges which are having a income of less than 5 crore. So all your normal schools, colleges having income less than 5 crore, you don't need to take any registration. 1023C, 3AD is available. Coming to hospitals, 3AC if it is substantially financed by the government, and 3A is if you are running a hospital for reception and treatment of persons solely for philanthropic purposes and not for profit. So if you are running a hospital, income is less than 5 crore, you are exempted under 3A, or if you are substantially financed by the government, then you are covered under 3AC. So these 4 sections are available even after 1st of October 2024 because these 4 provisions do not require any registration by the trust or charitable institution. Only those 1023C provisions, in the sense 4, 5, 6 and 6A, which require a registration by the CIT, those 4 sections have been discontinued and they will be merged with 12. 4 is any trust which is run or which is carrying out activities of importance throughout India. 5th is some religious endowment who have not been established under a deed but is run by say your district magistrates or some subdivisional officers. All the important MUDs, so existing since pre-independence or since a very long time. So all those are covered under 1023C5. 6 and 6A again. 6 is educational institution more than 5 crore. So if your income was more than 5 crore and you are not substantially financed by the government, you needed a registration. Similarly, your hospital income more than 5 crore and you are not substantially financed by the government, then you required a registration. So now these 4 have been done away with from 1st of October 2024. How they have been done away with is that no registration will be granted for applications filed on or after 1st October 24. All your existing registrations will be valid till they are valid. So if you have say granted your registration in 2021, it will be valid in 26, if in 22, 27, 23, 28 because all registrations are granted for a period of 5 years. So till the time you have been granted registration, for that period it will be valid, and after the registration lapses, you will now have to renew under section 12. There were some provisions which were benefitory in nature, which were applicable to trusts registered under 1023C. So they have made some minor amendments in 11.5 permissible mode of investment to accommodate those particular trusts. So these are all the changes which have been made by the Finance Act of 2024. Any queries? Please let me know. No queries. Thank you.
Thank you to all sir for an insightful session. Now I would like to request Suyog Narvikar to please propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. At the outset, first I'd like to, on behalf of the Thane branch of WRC of ICAI, this is a wonderful session that they have kept. It's called the T20 Capsule, where local speakers are promoted in regional conferences. So a wonderful, first I have a round of applause for Thane branch of WRC. On behalf of the Thane branch, I would like to extend a formal vote of thanks to my college buddy, Rohan Deria. He has been an unparalleled voice in the field of charitable trusts taxation. I think even before I knew what it was, he has been speaking on this topic, and every year he agrees for us to come and give the latest updates and amendments on the very subject. So on behalf of the branch, I would like to extend a formal vote of thanks to Rohan Deria. Rohan, thank you very much for this T20 capsule session. I would like to hand over to the MOC for the next. So, thank you very much, Rohan. In an event where you would also want to participate in such T20 capsules in the forthcoming conferences, please reach out to the Thane branch. They do welcome entries of new budding young professionals who want to take such amazing sessions. We had one from Swapnil last evening, and today we had heard from Rohan. And I wish to see a lot of new faces who are sitting in the audience in the upcoming conferences to come here and deliver these wonderful T20 capsules. Just a second, and we'll be back.
Our next session will begin in 2 minutes. Please bear with us.
Good evening all. I welcome you again to my respected members and friends. Now we are moving ahead towards our further session. I would like to introduce our esteemed speaker, who is Central Council member and chairman of GST and Indirect Taxation Committee Department, who do not need an introduction. So, without losing a time, I request CA Sushil Kumar Goyal sir to guide the session.
Good evening. I said good evening. Good evening. I am here to discuss a little bit about the role of chartered accountant in GST. Look, I understand everything is related to chartered accountant only, but let me still understand what GST is storing for us. How many of you are practicing in GST? Almost everybody. So I always say this IDTC, ICAI.org. How many of you are using this website? One person in the last row. And you say you are GST consultant. And we claim this is the best website in the country. And this is the only website in the country which department has referred in their training manual. If somebody wants to learn more, please visit this website. In their training manual they have mentioned, if somebody wants to learn more, they visit the website of the ICAI. So this is the name of the website. We have good number of publications, almost 25 publications. All publications are available here as soon as they are updated. And anybody, not chartered accountant, not chartered accountant student, anybody in the country can download it for free. And what this website contain, it contains background material. This is the, whatever ICAI is doing in GST, everything is there. And this background material we prepared before introduction of GST in the country. So far 12 editions we have released, and it is the best publication in the country, we claim. I am not here to sell any product because everything is free. This background material contains section, rules, then the commentary, then the examples, then some questions, reviews. And it is not only the best publication, it is the cheapest publication. 1500-1600 रुपए में आपको 1500-1600 पन्ने की किताब नहीं मिली. And we update, whenever we update, we upload it. Then we have BARAT. Since you people are not using this website, you must not aware about it. We have updated our BARAT up to Finance number 2 Act 2024. And anybody can download it. And if you want to buy this BARAT, it is 250 rupees at your doorstep. It will be delivered to your house in 250 rupees. And other BARATs are available in the market in 1,250. Why? Because I want all chartered accountant must use ICI publications. I have to struggle it in the GST, in the ICI council meeting, why I want to sell this product at so low cost. But my members are not using. We have certificate course. Anybody attended certificate course of GST? Redo it. Whatever you have learned, that is changed. And those who have not learned, not attended, I challenge. What I challenge? If you do not learn 100 new things in the certificate course, how much? 100 new things about GST. Then paise wapas. And what we are charging? We are charging 9,000 rupees, 10 days food included, with air conditioned room, 10 days. It is subsidized by 50%, 50% subsidy given by ICA. Cost is exactly 18,000 and those who have attended already, they paid 20,000 or so. But now it is available in 9,000. Still we are not finding organizers. I cannot say that we will not find. So this certificate course is a must, and even you attend it again, because I can give you 10 examples instantly that what you think that is not in the act. We all understood that there is a provision which say goods or supply is received in lots, then you will get the credit on receiving of last lot. Then we discuss when we will get the credit of insurance policy. Discussed or not? When you are receiving goods in lots, it is used supply when lots, when you will get the credit on receiving the last lot. So we all were discussing in the GST committee meeting, we discussed number of times when we will get the credit of insurance policy, when we will get the credit of AMCs. Then after 3 years, once I was reading this provision again, I found that they have only applied this provision for goods, not for services. So read it again, you will find something new. Conferences, this type of conferences, if you are taking interest. I am of the first believer that we should start conference without any inaugural, without any vote of thanks. I am going to organize a conference in Calcutta, 12 hour, 12 speaker, and 12-hour technical discussion. Act and rules notifications. I will show you what we have done. It is done 3 days before. Now we are largely providing the government trainings. All government officers now want training from ICA. Because whatever we are teaching, their trainer is not knowing 50% of that. Representation, those who visited department or visiting department, they will confirm that how much the officer is knowing. I was struggling for last 20 days to make the officer understand what is Rule 42 and when it will apply and when it will not apply. He is saying you have to pay 3 crore, I am saying I am not required to pay single paisa, my calculation is perfect as per Rule 42. Anyway, this is the website which now look like, and this is the BARAT which is recently we have published. And we have added, 2 days back we have added new feature, that is the GST statute. What this contain? All CGST, SGST, everything in GST statutes. And There you will find Act, Rules, Notification, Notification Rates, Circulars, Instruction, Guidance, Note, Orders, everything. Not a big deal. If you are finding this, not a big deal. What is the big deal? Is the amended notification. Those who are working in GST, they know what is the importance of amended notification. Because whenever we see an amending notification which is amending the earlier notification, we see, go to paragraph 3, go to line 2, change Sushil from Goel. We do not find interest, oh, isko isme change kiya. Then you will open the original notification, which is already amended 20 times. Which is already amended 20 times. What do you do then? If you are an expert, you will find out, print out of all 20 and make it a new notification and work it. Otherwise, if you are a चालू consultant like me, जो part time करते हैं, बोला यार समझ में आ गया मोटा मोटी, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. So this amended notification, you can see we have amended all the notifications. And how it will look like? So it will, all the notification which we, whatever circular we will print from this website, it will carry ICI logo. So what I am doing? I am branding ICI. What I am conveying to the world, that Vishwas ke 75 saal, 75 years of trust. So this notification will have as amended by notification number so and so. Then we have also printed the footnotes. In all the amended notifications, you will get the footnotes. So whatever you want to reconcile, you can reconcile, and you will get how many times it is amended, what was there from the original. So this, what is the content of this total notification circular? Anybody can tell? It is 1,790 so far issued. Notification circular orders. We have uploaded on the portal and anybody can download anytime. We will not ask you. Maximum just to identify whether you are a human or a computer. We will ask you to put your mobile number or put your name. If you are a member, put your member's name. We are not going to ask for any OTP, not for any money. The role of CA in GST. What does it mean, GST? All we agree to this? Not at all? Or partly? If anybody agreed to it partly, we can discuss further. No? I fully agree with it. Why? Because you have no option to do other thing. जो ऑफिसर ने बोला वही करने का. But believe me, it is a great step toward transformation. Everything is changed before. Whatever we are used to do before GST, now in GST, everything is changed. Everything. And it is a great step toward transparency. I sometimes get fearful of the transparency. Level of transparency now. Any officer in the country can find out whom you are selling your product, what you are selling, whom you are selling, what you are selling, at what rate you are selling, and when you are selling, in which month you do that, and what you are purchasing. Any officer of the country can find out from where you procure the material and where you deliver the material. This level of transparency is fearful. Since no government officer is here, one of my client approached, सर धंधा अच्छा नहीं चल रहा, फलाना मेरा कंपटीटर का डिटेल निकाल के दो कि वो किसको माल बेच रहा है, किस रेट में बेच रहा है. I want to know. And easily available. Just giving you ideas, not do it. Sitting. But it is transparency, something which you are not knowing about your business, the officer is knowing. You might be not aware that somebody has sold goods to you, but he is knowing that somebody has sold goods to you. But those who from Rajasthan, they will vouch for it. Rajasthan se koi nahi hai? Why? Because if I go with the figures, you will be surprised to know what was the indirect tax collection before introduction of GST. Can anybody tell in this house? No. मैं तो और छोटा सा सवाल पूछूंगा, आप वो भी जवाब नहीं दोगे. We are not aware what was the GST indirect tax collection. And government has promised us when we will reach the targeted figure, we will reduce the GST rates. What is the targeted figure? बोला सर ऊपर वाला हाथ तो लगाए, नीचे वाला लगाए. It was 9 lakh crore when we started with GST, and where we are today, nobody can tell. I am telling you. How much indirect tax collection in the country? खाली देना ही देना है, हिसाब भी तो लेना है वापस सरकार से. I am not giving an election speech, but it is 27 lakh crore. Today government is collecting 27 lakh crore, 20 lakh crore almost from GST. Then there is custom duty and there is excise duty. So it is a ghana sorrow tax. God saves the taxpayer. But one thing is certain, God saved the tax collector. It given a new lease of life to GST consultant or chartered accountant. Institute has done tremendous work in helping all of you. It is not something which has happened first time in the country in the field of indirect tax. In 1994, service tax came. Hardly 1% or 0.1% venture into service tax practice. ज़्यादा कम फिगर में आप डिस्प्यूट कर सकते हो कभी भी मेरे में. I have all the data, so I will love to argue with you. 100 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट में एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट भी नहीं मिलता था खोज के. हम भी उसमें थे. Then when VAT came in 2005, still nobody ventured. Hardly any chartered accountant ventured in the field of VAT. Then when GST came, we from GST committee thought, that time it was known as indirect tax committee, to work upon our fellow members. And we have conducted 3,000, let me tell you, 3,000, इसमें 3 बिंदी होती है. 3,000 programs in 1 year. Every day, on an average, every day 10 programs were running in the country on GST. That's why 80% of the professional work is with chartered accountant. And I want it to be 100%. No other chartered accountant is successful, and no other professional is successful in GST. Even in high courts, we are dominating the chartered accountant. Although we are not allowed to appear, so we have given the practicing certificate and taken the member of bar council. All chartered accountants, whoever excelling in GST is now an advocate. Just to argue, or even some advocate is appearing, he need help of chartered accountant. But this is the true meaning of GST. So do not argue with any officer. And I can prove it also. Government is also saying, if you purchase from me and I have decided not to deposit, I have decided not to deposit tax, then government will collect from you and from me also. Agreed. Very small thing I am conveying to all of you. Please try to understand. Government will issue notice on me as well as on you. Clear? Whose mistake? That this fellow has purchased from me. This is his mistake. But this is not the mistake of the officer who has granted me registration. That's why he purchased from me. So गलती किसकी? गलती सिर्फ तुम्हारी. चलो एक बेकार की बातें छोड़ते हैं, थोड़ा सा जीएसटी की बात करते हैं.
सर एक और सजेशन है.
हाँ.
Gabbar and Samba tax. Where Nirmala Madam is Gabbar and officers are Samba.
That is Gabbar Singh tax. Why you are going to making it little confused? It is easy. Gabbar Singh tax. That is used by honorable leader of the opposition in the parliament. And by the time all of you are believing he is true, those who are practicing, they will agree with this, that he is true. You are yourself is agreeing that it is Gabbar Singh and Samba also. But I am saying it is Gabbar Singh only. GST definitely the area to practice, and it is never going to be over. सब बोलते हैं AI आ रही है, पता नहीं कल डिस्कस भी किया होगा आपने, 2 दिन की कॉन्फ्रेंस है, AI is coming, everything will go, nothing will go. AI will not able to make letters, notices which the officer is giving us, they will not able to read. And even if they read, they will not able to prepare the reply. I challenge. You try. There are AI available in the country. You try once. I asked one of the chartered accountant in the office to prepare a reply, and he brought a reply within 15 minutes. And it was starting. When I am writing this letter, you must be keeping good health. Boom. To the GST officer. AI तो ऐसे ही जवाब देंगे. Because वो AI यूज करके जो नोटिस बनाएंगे उसका जवाब AI नहीं दे पाएगा. कंप्यूटर से जो नोटिस डिपार्टमेंट से आ रही है, I have seen number of cases and those who are regularly visiting department, they will confirm it. The officer sometimes say, I am unable to explain what I have written in the notice. Officer is saying that I am unable to explain what is written in the notice, which is issued by me, because it is system generated. Agreed? So you ignore. Whenever he do not understand, then he doesn't understand, he says you ignore. Move to the next point. But it is remove the state boundaries and make the country as one nation, one tax, one market. No doubt on this. This check post has been removed, movement has been increased, and now you are not required to think, if I am dealing with Mr. Goel in West Bengal, what will be the tax rate, what documents I have to prepare. So it is almost increased, the movement of the goods has been increased almost 3 times, just for GST. Now coming, tax plus technology can transform anything. Even a person without leg can run. Use of technology. GST is biggest computer in the world. Before this, Indian Railways computer was considered as the biggest computer. At least more than 25 countries so far visited India to understand how they are running this computer. Sir, it is almost flawless. Please accept it. It is working now. So, what is the piece of cake, size of the cake we are going to get? Yes, sir, please. कोई तो बोलो. ये भी नहीं पता कितने लोगों से झगड़ा करके कितना माल लेना है. अब कुछ तो इलेक्शन टाइम है, सबको पता है कितने वोटर है, कितने कैंडिडेट है, कितना डिवाइड करेंगे, किसको कितना मिलेगा तो कितने में जीतेंगे. और अब जीएसटी की प्रैक्टिस करते हो, आप ये कैलकुलेट नहीं कर रहे कि कितने एसएससी हैं, कितने दूसरे प्रैक्टिशनर है, अपना हिस्सा काटेंगे तो कितना मिलेगा. माय फ्रेंड, इट इज 1,45 lakhs. और अब तो जीएसटी रजिस्ट्रेशन किसी को मिलने से पार्टी देता है. 5 स्टार मिलेगा ही नहीं किसी. मेरे जमाने में जब हम लोग कॉलेज में जाते थे, स्कूल में जाते थे, उस समय गैस कनेक्शन आने से पार्टी देनी पड़ती थी, या लैंडलाइन फोन लग जाने से पार्टी देनी पड़ती थी. जो मेरी उम्र वाले हैं वो जानते हैं. तो वैसे ही अब जीएसटी रजिस्ट्रेशन आने से पार्टी देनी पड़ेगी. आफ्टर डूइंग बायोमेट्रिक्स, दे आर इशूइंग ए नोटिस दैट नाउ वी विल गो फॉर फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन. Why you are taking biometrics? Anyway, so if you divide the practicing chartered accountant, it is 100 registration per practicing member. But all practicing members are not doing PhD. Then how much left for us? आधे लोग मान लेते हैं तो 200 रजिस्ट्रेशन का आपको काम नहीं कर रहे तो आपका केक अभी पूरा हिस्सा आपका मिला नहीं. 7 years of GST. I am not going to discuss much because time given me is limited. But 1,46,000. This much data this GST is handling, and in one day they have handled 25 lakh returns, 24.85 lakhs. So this is robust computer. Whatever complaint we were having in early days, and it was not their mistake. रात को किसी ने बोल दिया कल से GST लगेगा, पोर्टल बना. It is not their mistake. They said that we are not prepared. अच्छा नहीं प्रिपेयर है, छोड़ दो, दूसरे को लगा. अरे वो कैसे प्रिपेयर होगा तो कल आएगा तो और टाइम लेगा. This is the way GST has been introduced anyway. We should not complain. But आप GST जानते हो तो ये सारी चीजें जानते होंगे. पार्लियामेंट ने कितने GST एक्ट बनाए? मैं खाली चेक करने आया हूँ कि आप कितना जानते हो. कुछ नया पढ़ाने नहीं. सेक्शन पढ़ाऊंगा तो बहुत दिक्कत आएगी. पार्लियामेंट ने कितने एक्ट बनाए? सर ये भी डाउट है, गड़बड़ नहीं हो जाए. Parliament has made 4 acts, but the 4th act is the biggest adventurous act. Why adventurous? Collection is still on, distribution of compensation has been stopped after 5 years. Compensation cess is still applicable wherever it was applicable, but there will be no distribution to the state after 5 years. They have stopped it. Where this money will go, I don't know. But anyway, we are not interested. We are interested in knowing there are 4 acts. But how many SGST act in the country? मैं बोला था बड़ी वाली बात तो आप सब नहीं बता पा रहे हो, छोटी वाली बता. How many number of GST act in the country? SGST act in the country. सर हम इंडिया की बात कर रहे हैं. आप लोग तो सबसे बड़े राज्य से हो. आज ही GST का कलेक्शन आया, हमारे से 3 गुना आपका कलेक्शन है. अच्छा छोड़ो इस बात में, इसको छोड़ देते. इंडिया में स्टेट कितने हैं? इसमें भी डाउट है. एक आवाज में कोई बोल नहीं पा रहे. 28. उससे पहले कितने थे?
29.
अच्छा कब हुआ 28?
370 एब्रोगेट होने के बाद.
370 करेक्टली. राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर हिम. स्टेट कितने इंडिया में? सॉरी यूनियन टेरिटरी कितनी? सर बाउंसर है मेरे पास. 8. वो पहले कितने थे? 7. वो 7 थे. 7 से 8 हुए. कैसे? बोला 370 लगा था. क्योंकि बोलने में टाइम थोड़ा नहीं लगता. बोल दिया भाई साहब. ये भी 9 था सर पहले, और फिर एक नई 2 यूनियन टेरिटरी मिल के 1 यूनियन टेरिटरी हो गई. कौन सी? दमन, दीव एंड नगर, दादर एंड नगर हवेली इज मर्ज्ड इनटू 1. सो 31 यूनियन टेरिटरीज, 31 स्टेट फॉर GST है. इंडिया में 28 स्टेट है, बट GST एक्ट पढ़ेंगे तो 31 स्टेट है. वहाँ लिखा है जिस यूनियन टेरिटरी में अपना एक्ट बनता है उसको हम लोग स्टेट मानते हैं, और वहाँ SGST एक्ट लगेगा, UT GST एक्ट नहीं लगेगा. सर GST लोग के इसके अलावा छोटी छोटी चीजें एक्ट पढ़ना है आपको. फिर एक्ट में फाइनेंस बिल जिससे वो एक्ट अमेंड होता है. फिर सपोर्टिव, कितने सारे सपोर्टिव बिल सर? Notifications, orders, circulars, press release, over? नहीं सर, ऐसा क्या है? Instructions, सारे मिला के कितने बताए मैंने अभी? 1790. ये सारे आपको अवेलेबल है वेबसाइट पे, फ्री. What is expected from CAs? पहले CA कितने तरह के? ACA, FCA? नहीं सर, CA 4 तरह के होते. देखो कैसे होते हैं. Not doing GST CA, and they are the biggest threat. और उनको सर्टिफिकेट कोर्स जल्दी करना चाहिए. My friend, you cannot certify a single document. You cannot do a audit without understanding GST. Can anybody? Caro requires how many places to be commented by you? टैक्स ऑडिट रिपोर्ट में कितनी जगह लिखना है GST ठीक से दिया. And I was speaking in Chennai yesterday. Then I asked one thing, and people were almost trying to kill me. I simply asked her, before signing the balance sheet, have you ensured whatever written as a balance in cash ledger or credit ledger is also matching with the balance appearing in your balance sheet for these two ledgers? How many of you showing cash ledger balance in your cash and bank balances? Cash ledger balance on 31st of March must be appearing as a cash and bank balances or money equivalent to be received. It is a money. वो तो सरकार ने बोला कि मुझे पता नहीं है पैसा आपने जो कैश लेजर में डाला वो किधर जाता है. Are you aware? गवर्नमेंट इन सुप्रीम कोर्ट से ये जो कैश लेजर में पैसा डालते हैं किधर जाता है मुझे पता नहीं, इसलिए हम उसमें इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं. जब वो हमको देते हैं तो हम उसमें इंटरेस्ट लेते हैं. When cash ledger is existing in the tax liability, then we charge interest. Now they accepted कि नहीं वो पैसा हम ही को मिलता है और हम उस पर इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेते. Can anybody certify any document without understanding GST? Please tell me if I am wrong. Any document, any chartered accountant can perform certification work without understanding GST. If you are doing inviting, what I don't know. Working in industry CA, उससे तो सब ज़्यादा expectation है. A CA who is working in industries, he must comply GST provisions. कितना? 200%. Then entrepreneur CA, उनको भी सीखना पड़ता है नहीं तो जेल हो जाती है. कल ही मेरे पास केस आया. The circular trading, they say it is illegal, but I don't know what is circular trading and what. मैं उसमें नहीं जाता, लेकिन he was in jail for few days. और लास्ट में कौन से CA? CA doing GST. What is the expectation from them? Friends, now GST has become a big gamut. If anybody doing all segment of GST, I salute him or her. I salute him or her. Now you need expertise for it. Handling refund files. Now you need expertise to handle the export or import claims. Even I was discussing what is the difference between invoice and bill of supply. Sorry, delivery challan. Bill of supply तो हम सब जानते हैं. Delivery challan एक document है GST में. All of you know? नहीं? Any movement of goods, any movement means including this chair going to another hotel. These chairs taken in a vehicle going to another hotel. If value is more than 50,000, it must carry a bill. But if value is less than, then it must carry a document. And what is the name of the document? Delivery challan. And what is the difference between delivery challan and invoice? Anybody? Anybody? And I can throw price for this also. Because I know nobody is knowing.
Delivery challan doesn't have tax component.
Delivery challan doesn't have tax component. Yes, sir is saying. Anybody want to disagree with it? Nobody? You agree or disagree? Disagree. Sir, counter है इधर में एक आदमी. You will sir, yes sir.
Delivery challan is not a tax-paying document.
Delivery challan is not a tax-paying document. Sir, I just want to see the look like. What are the uses I don't want to say. Delivery challan is a document which is issued for the purpose other than supply. Delivery challan is a document which you are going to issue for the purpose other than supply, and when for the purpose of supply it is an invoice. This is we know. Purpose I know, but the document how it look like.
So it will exactly look like an invoice, but just the heading will change to delivery.
Yes, perfectly. Round of applause for him. It is look like same as an invoice, only the heading will change. Only the heading will change. At the top you will write invoice, here you will write delivery challan. Everything. Quantity, description, HSN also. Value. Sir बोला इस खाली चेयर को लेके जाएंगे value. Yes, value. If it is more, value means if you are one chair you are taking from here to other hotel. Believe me, if this one chair somebody taking from here to other hotel, he need a delivery challenge. He need a delivery challenge. If anybody want to argue, can argue with me. There is no exemption for it, no limit. Even for 100 rupees goods, if you are shifting from one place to other place, if it is not used personal goods, otherwise तो मोबाइल और लैपटॉप पे भी लगता है. इसलिए लैपटॉप और मोबाइल को छोड़ के, आपकी घड़ी और चेन को छोड़ के, बाकी कोई भी मूवमेंट ऑफ गुड्स आप कर रहे हैं, which is not a supply. चेयर आपने बेची नहीं, चेयर आप ले जा रहे हैं दूसरी जगह यूज करेंगे, but it must supported by a delivery charge. When it is your moving, if it is more than 50, you will also need a vehicle. 50,000.
टैक्स कंपोनेंट भी होगा.
Everything. I am again repeating everything. Only the heading will be invoice and delivery charge. तो ये सर डूइंग सीए के लिए है. सर्टिफिकेट सर लास्ट को जल्दी बोल रही है मैडम, एकदम पीछे आके खड़ी हो गई. कोई बात नहीं. I can take privilege, but sir has to go back. That is the challenge. I can continue after this. ये पता है क्या है? चलो इसको हटाते हैं. सर्टिफिकेशन सर्विसेज इन जीएसटी. जीएसटी में किसी ने सर्टिफिकेट इशू किया? क्या चीज का? रिफंड का. कितने पन्ना का सर्टिफिकेट था आपका? सर्टिफिकेट कितने पन्ने का बनाया था? 4 पन्ने का. He has must gone through the publication. वही बोला था वेबसाइट में कि नहीं, this certificate, annexures I am not talking. Certificate must be containing 4 pages. Any certificate, even if you have to certify that Sushil Goyal visited this auditorium at 5 p.m., it must contain 4 pages. Who says? जीएसटी में टोटल 12 सर्टिफिकेट है आज के दिन जो एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट को इशू करने हैं, एंड ऑलमोस्ट ऑल आर मैंडेटरी, नॉट ऑप्शनल. ऑलमोस्ट ऑल आर mandatory. 12 type of certificates. Where you will get this? The other publication, the name which I mentioned, Guide to CA Certificate in GST. This publication you will get in the website. And we have drafted draft of it. All the certificates are available. So far it is containing 10. क्योंकि वो बाहर जाके बोलेगा 12 बोला था 10 लिखता है, कितनी बड़ी बात है. 53rd Council meeting has introduced 2 new more certificates. So it is now containing 12. And all this certificate must be issued. Guidance not. I think we can stop here. I will continue after such presentation. हम लोग यहीं पे बात, क्योंकि मुझे यहाँ पे बहुत कुछ समझाना है आपको. मैं आधी बात समझा के नहीं जाना चाहता आपको. मतलब जब तक मुझे गाली देने के लिए आप पूरी प्रिपेयर नहीं हो जाओ कि ये चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है या कोई और. So let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. I would like to call C. Harshvardhan Bapat, Treasurer of Thane branch of WIRC of ICI, to give vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. It is my absolute honor to welcome you to this pivotal session where we delve into one of the most critical and complex issues of our time, anti-money laundering law and its interplay with Benami, black money, FEMA and tax laws. As we navigate through the intricacies of financial regulations and legal framework, it is essential to understand how these laws intertwine, how they impact our economy, and the role they play in safeguarding the integrity of our financial system. To guide us through this labyrinth of regulations, we are privileged to have with us a distinguished expert whose knowledge and experience span across the entire spectrum of economic and commercial laws. I will now request past chairman of WIRC of Thane branch, CA Shiv Bhagwan Asawa, to escort CA Ashwani Taneja over stage. Mr. Ashwani Taneja is not just a luminary in the legal and financial arenas, but a true flag bearer of excellence and integrity. With an illustrious background, Mr. Taneja is a lawyer, chartered accountant, company secretary, and cost and management accountant, along with holding a diploma in information systems audit. In 2015, his expertise was further recognized when he was elevated to the esteemed position of member of the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal under the Ministry of Law and Justice, Government of India. His advisory roles extend to anti-money laundering laws, the Serious Fraud Investigation Office, Benami Law, the Black Money Act, FEMA, and other allied laws. I will now request CA Shiv Bhagwan Asavar to present CA Ashwani Taneja with a token of appreciation. Today, we are incredibly fortunate to have C. Ashwani Taneja with us to share his deep understanding and insights into how anti-money laundering laws interact with other significant financial laws. His vast experience, both in India and abroad, promises to bring a global perspective to this discussion. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ashwani Taneja to enlighten us on this crucial subject.
Dear Mangesh Bhai, all the dignitaries sitting on the dais, dignitaries sitting on the dais, my dear professional brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, my apologies, though I was given a word of precaution that Bombay's traffic and the upcoming laws by the present dispensation, these two things you cannot predict. So I added 1 hour to whatever I predicted. Okay, let me add 1 hour more to plus minus 8. That 1 hour fell short of. So there was variation of 2.5 hours to the original plan, which I thought of. So 1 hour original plus 2.5 hours. 3.5 hours my journey was completed, which was originally planned for 1 hour. But I am really thankful for all of you. You are that still here waiting for me, and that makes my task more onerous, that I have to justify more my role today, that you have been really patiently waiting. So, brothers and sisters, in my session, I have witnessed two kind of people would come, or maybe in two categories. One, those who have come to acquire the knowledge themselves, that they want to know, enrich something, share something, and the other to whom someone has said. So they have come in a way, we can call it as in Benami capacity. So how many of you have come in real capacity, and how many of you have come in Benami capacity? I have got one parameter to gauge. So those who are in real capacity, they will give a big round of applause in favor of Thane branch for conducting this seminar. Thank you very much. So since 2014, you must have noticed it, and particularly in few 2-3 years, that the weather has totally changed. I'm not talking about this climate in Bombay which changes very fast, or the traffic conditions. I am talking about the legal weather. I will go to this extent of saying that welcome to the new legal era. And correct me if I am wrong, the things have changed to this extent that the way we think, the way we do our business, and the way we live our lives, all three things have changed. And those will perish who do not change, or will be facing a lot of trouble. Therefore, what exactly is to be changed to make the life better, worth living with full quality, hassle-free, we must be aware of the new developments which have taken place. Because upon our shoulders, the great responsibility has been assigned by the law, by the society. People expect us to guide them when they are misguided, unguided, or in a confused state of affairs, or unaware of the things. So before we could become the light post, the lamp, we have to light ourselves first and lighten ourselves first. So this awareness is required, and also to live our life and to carry on our profession as well, so that at least our feet does not get stuck in a ditch. Professionals are also facing a lot of troubles, legal troubles, you must have noticed in the last few years. So whether they are wrong or the time has changed, nobody is wrong, only time has changed. That is what we have to figure out today. So because of time constraint, I will be a little faster. I hope you will be able to pace up with me. But wherever you feel like you can stop me, I will promptly reply whatever I can understand from your query. Or maybe I will try to save 10 minutes of time for question answers. Even if the time is falling short, please do write to me. I will try to write back to you whatever I am aware of. So there are 26,000 ways in which a businessman can be put into jail. This is the research done by this organization. These slides I am skipping because these have become now old laws. Everybody knows that how Benami law has been hit unexpected. Even listed companies have been hit. When the Benami law was introduced, it was not expected. Then many MOUs, etc. are being exchanged between different investigation agencies to ensure that the coordinated action takes place. Now the beauty of these laws is that they do not work in isolation. They work in groups. What I mean to say is that if you take care of one law in isolation, that will not be enough. To give you a small example, earlier we used to take a call very immediately that, okay, this much tax implication is there in income tax, let us make surrender. Okay, and let us offer to pay this much tax. And that will be the end of the game. But it is not like that. The moment you admit something, just to pay tax, the calculation is wrong. It will not lead to only payment of tax. It will lead to many, many more things. So surrender today means bavanda. We have to know what calculations you can make, or at all you can make any calculations, or you are trying to take upon the obligations which cannot be even ascertained or estimated once any kind of. Now another thing, another beauty, of these laws is that the canvas is very wide. The scope is very wide. You cannot even expect how wide the canvas can be. I mean, for example, this slide which I am showing before you. So the chimpanzees have been attached by the enforcement directorate. Nobody will think, the person whosoever done the wrong here, he will think that he will have to face, he would have thought that he will have to face wildlife authorities, that forest officers, etc. He will handle them. Or at the best, police. He would not have thought that he will have to face, if he did the thing knowingly wrong, that he will have to face even the officers of the enforcement directorate. Now, I also try to understand how the jurisdiction of BD will come up to attach chimpanzees. Now, the reasoning was that the person who did wrong here, he forged the certificate. And he also made violation of Wildlife Protection Act. And both of these, know it well, both of these are scheduled offences. Since both of these are scheduled offences, so commission of scheduled offences have taken place. And any proceed derived from commission of scheduled offence is called as proceeds of crime under PMLA section 5. And proceeds of crime are liable to be attached under section 5(1) of PMLA. And that is how ED gets the jurisdiction to make attachment of this. Take this another slide. This is far more alarming that, oh, this much can be the connect. This distillery was set up somewhere in Jaipur 500 workers were working over there. So its water treatment plant stopped functioning. So they took it lightly, okay, we'll repair it. And it was repaired. Pollution Control Board filed FIR, but nothing was done thereafter because Pollution Control Department thought that water treatment plant was repaired, all right. But after a few years, ED comes into the picture because FIR complaint is pending in the court, the local court. And issues notice for attachment of the factory building. I could not understand this at all in the beginning. That how come water treatment plant not functioning well, how the money laundering has happened, and how come factory building attachment situation comes up. So when I analyze the situation, the reasoning given in the order was something like this. Water treatment plant was not functioning well. All right. Therefore, the excess water was discharged into river, which was untreated water and which was excess than the licensed capacity. That means the production was done more than the licensed capacity. That means the excess production was done which is unauthorized, meaning thereby illegal. And this illegal production was done by violation of Water Pollution Control Act, which is one of the scheduled offence. So this unauthorized production means illegal production resulting as a scheduled offence. This excess production led to excess sales. Excess sales would have resulted into profit. Profit would have been invested into the factory building. Therefore, factory building becomes a proceeds of crime and we are going to attach it. I can show you the order. And not only that, matter did not stop here. Even NBWs were issued against him by the enforcement director. And it became very difficult to obtain bail. Thankfully, we could obtain status quo from the then chairman of the Honorable Tribunal as far as factory building was attached. But the bail became very difficult. So pollution controllers see the irony, see the magic, see the impact of these laws, the depth, the intensity. That pollution control board is not doing anything. That is moving as a block cart. And the ED is moving as a jet plane, which is faster in seconds. And within a few months, these many actions took place. Welcome to the new legal world. Then this is the slide probably on which we have to dwell upon a lot many things. We have to deliberate a lot. That is interplay. The interconnect. You must have heard this sentence that in the universe everything is interconnected. And you can very well have the feel of it when you study these laws. Or when lack of awareness of these laws creates an impact. Then you can feel that how the one thing is connected with the other. That you make default or lapse or wrong at one place and see the consequences, how they will affect. I have kept Benami law in the central position because the finding of the agencies is that that whenever some wrong is done, some disguise happens, some concealment happens, some name changing happens, some masking happens. So therefore, violation of Benami law must have taken place. And then wrapped around this law is all the laws that it can be SEBI, it could be Companies Act, it could be PMLA, it could be Income Tax Act, etc., etc. And we have to understand at least a bit of each. So let us begin with anti-money laundering law, which is the hottest topic probably of the day in newspapers. So whenever we read the newspaper as a professional, we try to find out what new has happened under the regime of Enforcement Directorate. Now who has been arrested and what has happened. So gone are the days when we used to watch for what has been done by the Income Tax Department. Now the days when we see what has been done by the Enforcement Directorate. People come to me who quite candidly says, sir, Taneja sir, we are ready to pay tax. Okay, I go to on this transaction, you are saying this much tax will be there. On 100 crore, 33 crore tax will be sir. But sir, only give us one guarantee that there will not be any action by PMLA, by Benami, by black money. So this much you kindly assure us. What is to be done by us, we will follow your guidelines. We are ready to pay tax, but nothing more should happen. What is money laundering? Any guess? Let us make this session participative. Those who are in real capacity will definitely speak out something. And those who are not, we would like to only listen from others. because his boss will be asking, oh, क्या बोला तूने जरा बता मेरे को. So, what is your guess? What is money laundering?
Transfer of money to illegal channel.
Sorry?
Transfer of money to illegal channel.
Okay. It is far from the meaning of money laundering. It may be one of the routes adopted for money laundering.
Trying to put money into.
You are a multi-talented person. Photography, money laundering, everything. Nice to know. So, any other guess? Yes, sir.
Trying to put money into legitimate ways, earn through the illegitimate ways.
Okay, this is not exactly the meaning of money laundering.
Sir.
But what else?
Trying to conceal the origination or source of the money.
Trying, not concealing. Only trying.
Concealing. Sorry.
So, to trying itself will be money laundering.
Yes.
So you are widening the definition to such a level that you will be devastated if this is the definition. Trying.
I meant that.
Okay. So you said concealing the source of money. Okay. So that is a problem, that so many actions have taken place. Somebody told me, sir, please take care of one thing. We are here only beginners of PMLA. I said, so? I am also beginner of PMLA. Who in the country would say that, no, I am expert of PMLA? Show me one person. I include the Honorable Judiciary also. That is why you would have seen, because our Income Tax Appellate Tribunal has done a lot of good things, that they have evolved a lot, honorable members of the tribunal, in last few decades. And that is why higher judiciary could intervene and evolve the law to a larger extent. Under PMLA, law has not yet been evolved at all. Everybody is a beginner. Everybody is trying to make its own guess, including the very understanding of money laundering. Okay, let us make attempt today to understand this properly. Okay, before I answer this, my another question is whether conversion of black money into white is also money laundering. Now that is a problem. That is exactly the problem. We have confused the money laundering thing. Because conversion of black into white is, then what is tax evasion? If conversion of black into white is money laundering. That at the best will be tax evasion. Conversion of black into white. So if we want to understand it symbolically in terms of colors, I would explain it like that. Conversion of red into white. Red denotes here blood, in turn crime. So portraying and white something pure, innocent. So something related to crime being portrayed as not related to crime. Something like that as to be money laundering. So to make it more clear, so whenever a person does a crime, we will understand what crime is here, or an offense, we will understand what the offense is here. Derive some proceeds out of it, or make some earning out of it, which is valuable in terms of money, and portrays that money so earned or proceeds so derived as if they have been earned from legitimate activities. Legit is money laundering. So bad money being shown as good money. The money does not have its color of its own. Money is money. Same note, same currency, does not change color. It only changes its character the moment it changes hands. So it depends upon the person who is possessing it, the intention and the means of possession. So tainted money being shown as untainted money is process of money laundering. I am trying to be very, very simple, not complex. For example, a person does theft and shows it as if he has done some labor from it, it has earned. Or a person does smuggling, instead of showing it as income from smuggling, it is showing it as income from trading or consultancy. Is money laundering. Now I have made it very simple. I have included one person only. That person is doing crime and person is only showing it as good money. But there may be a situation where person A is earning, or person A is doing the crime from where he is earning, but there is person B, C who is helping A, or he who has become part of the process of channelizing this money from being shown as bad money to good money. So those who are helping A in parking the pursuits of crime or washing the color of the pursuits of crime. So A, B, C, whosoever is part of this process, they all will be held accountable for offence of money laundering. A will be held accountable for the offence, scheduled offence which he has done. But A, B, C, D, whosoever have participated in the process of converting the bad money into good money, the money so earned from bad means by A would also be alleged to have done offence of money laundering. So few fundamental questions arise here. Now, what is money laundering? Is it different from tax evasion? These two questions we have answered already. Whether tax evasion is also money laundering, this also we have answered. What are the authorities governing money laundering laws in India? What is the punishment or offence of money laundering under PMLA? First of all, what is the authorities? Directorate of Enforcement, popularly called as ED. And earlier its name was Enforcement Directorate, now correct name is Directorate of Enforcement, who has offices span over India. Here in Bombay also they have one office. Where? Anybody? Ballard State. Ministry of Finance office is there. And then above them is Adjudicating Authority, who has offices in Delhi. So orders of the attachment orders of the adjudicating authority of the Enforcement Directorate will go to Adjudicating Authority. And the prosecution related matters, because person is liable, held liable and for two things. A, his proceeds of crime are liable for attachment and attached and then confiscated. Those matters are done by adjudicating authority. Then appellate tribunal above adjudicating authority, whose principal bench is again in Delhi. That is called appellate tribunal PMLA, not income tax appellate tribunal. One hierarchy. Other hierarchy is person is liable for prosecution also. Imprisonment 7 years to 10 years. For that, prosecution is complaint is filed, which is filed in special court, which is designated court of sessions of the city. In every city, the designated courts are there. So this on two styles. Then after special court, again that division court and then high court and supreme court. And in this hierarchy also, attachment hierarchy also, at ED, adjudicating authority, appellate tribunal, high court and supreme. It goes like that. Then punishment I have already explained. Then what are the consequences of PMLA are invoked enforcement? The consequences are many, including that of arrest under section 19, search and seizure 17 and 18, then attachment and then prosecution. These are broadly the consequences. Broad powers, what kind of properties are attached prescribed to PMLA? Whether a property purchased out of any business activity which is not legitimate in the eyes of the law can be covered under PMLA. What all things cannot be covered under illegal business. This is the most important question of the country. That is where the people are facing a lot of actions. So for that, we will have to understand what pursuits of crime is, whether anything beyond pursuits of crime can also be attached, and which I will be covering in next slide. So pursuits of crime are liable to be attached. What are the legal remedies available that we will discuss? What are the precautions to be taken to avoid entering into money laundering laws? What is the effect and impact of attachment of property by Enforcement Directorate? What is attachment, first of all, let us understand. By the term attachment, we understand that the transfer of the property is restricted. Right to transfer or deal with the property is restricted. Attachment does not mean that right to usage is also restricted. No. Attachment only means right to ट्रांसफर ऑन द प्रॉपर्टी, टाइटल के साथ इंक्री नहीं करना है, यूसेज की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. People understand that the moment it is attached, suppose somebody's car is attached, he will not be able to use car. No, it is not like that. Only it is a provisional attachment. Once the confiscation will take place, then the property goes away from that person. He needs to be owner or user at all. what is the status of bona fide purchaser, what is the status of donee, what is the status of property purchased with clear transaction but previously subject to money laundering or benami effect. Now these are the important questions which are troubling a lot. Whether unexplained cash credit added by income tax into taxable income be covered under money laundering. Let's do one thing, let's try to cover few slides and then we'll come back. So the prevention of money laundering, this is the definition given under the law. Whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge or knowingly assist or knowingly is a party. Kindly pay attention to the words knowingly. The moment this word loses its significance or these provisions are invoked without keeping in mind this word knowingly, this law becomes a monster and it creates devastating effect. Knowingly is a party or is actually involved in any process or activity connected with the proceeds of crime, including its concealment, possession, acquisition or use, and projecting or claiming as untainted property, shall be guilty of offence of money laundering. This I am skipping. This we have already discussed. So, with the help of this slide, I am trying to rebuild my definition again. That there are three stages involved in money laundering, as I discussed with the help of my discussion. Commission of the scheduled offence is the first stage. Generation of proceeds of crime is the second stage or second important component part of the process. Third is commission of money laundering by placement, layering, integration. That is portraying or converting of the bad money so earned into good money. So these three stages are integral part. If any one of the stages is missing, it cannot be said to be offence money laundering. For example, if a person has not done scheduled offence, offence may be done, but it is not scheduled offence. Can it be said to be money laundering? No, the question will not arise. And that is what has been clarified by Honorable Supreme Court also in Vijay Madan Lal's case. The question will not arise from money laundering because the first stage itself is not done. If a person has done scheduled offence but has not earned any money therefrom, can there be money laundering? Again, no. So wherever the chaos is happening, wherever the people are suffering, the compromise has been done with this provision of law that without ensuring that all three components are available, still action has been done. Then those actions are not sustainable under the law. They are bad in law. Then many questions we will be able to answer after exactly knowing the meaning of proceeds of crime. Proceeds of crime means any property derived or obtained directly or indirectly by any person as a result of criminal activity relating to a scheduled offence, or the value of any such property, or where such property is taken or held outside the country, then the property equivalent to the value held within the country or abroad. So property which is being derived from earning of scheduled offence is all right. वहाँ तक बिल्कुल बात clear है. The confusion comes up if that property is not available, then what? Suppose a person did theft, he went to casino, lost the money, and complaint has been filed against him. Things are there that he has stolen the money. What else can be attached? What will be your suggestion on that? According to this definition. If you see, they have divided the definition into two parts. All where such property is taken or held outside the country, ये अलग है portion. उससे पहले का portion अलग है. Or the value of any such property, वहाँ सिर्फ value तक है. So there are three judgments. Seema Garg, five judgments. Seema Garg from Punjab High Court, SLP dismissed. Kumar Pappu from Telangana High Court, then one Kerala High Court judgment, and one more Satyam Raju and something like that. And including Vijay Madan Lal, Supreme Court's leading judgment, latest leading judgment. The holistic reading of those judgments will suggest that the law here, the intention of the law here is to prohibit the proceeds of crime. If the proceeds of crime is not there, matter ends, then only one can be done is prosecution of the person who has done anything wrong, if at all he has done anything wrong. Because it is saying, first of all, clearly the property derived from scheduled offence or value of any such property. Suppose that stolen money is, say, invested into shares or into plot of land. Say plot of land also includes the good money also. Say plot was of rupees 1 lakh, 60,000 was from bad money, 40,000 was from clean money. So the value, the proportionate 60% of that can be attached in that plot of land. That is the meaning of the first phrase, or the value of any such property. But if the stolen property has been taken outside the country, or it is held outside the country, in that case, even any other property within the country can be attached. That is the meaning of the last part of the definition. That is my humble understanding, and probably this understanding is not being accepted by the investigation agency and some of the courts, and that is why this lot of hassles is being faced by the people, because their entire property, but not even if acquired 3 decades back, they are attached. And particularly in those cases where the ED action is being taken as a result of default done by a businessman towards repayment of its dues from to its bankers on whatever grounds. Because then, I will cover that in next slide. Then what is scheduled offence? Any offence which is mentioned in the schedule appended to the PMLA. If it is mentioned over there, it is scheduled offence. If it is not mentioned there, it is not scheduled offence. Period. And if it is not scheduled offence, the offence of money laundering cannot be said to have taken place at all. Now, another thing which we have quite often heard about it is that under the law, normally, the burden is upon the person who is alleging. Here the burden is reversed. A person has to prove, person being alleged, the accused has to prove that he is not guilty. He has not done theft. He has not done this offence. This is the common understanding. And that is what we call as reverse burden. My question to you is, whether the burden is totally reversed, is it so what is being normally perceived, or is it so as is being implemented all over the country? Is it completely true like that? Or the law is something else and something else happens sometimes? Let us read this definition. In case of a person charged with offence of money laundering, the authority of the court shall, unless the contrary is proved, presume that such proceeds of crime are involved in money laundering. I had mentioned 3 stages. Stage 1, 2, 3. Who can count? Anybody can say what are those stages? First stage. What was the first stage? Commission schedule. Second stage. Earning of proceeds of crime. Third stage. Projecting it as good money. Now 3 stages are there. Presumption about earning of proceeds, not mentioned here. Only about the third action presumption is mentioned. And it cannot be, presumption cannot be done. How can a presumption be done that you have done the theft? We are presuming. How can it be done that you theft and you took money also from there? How can we presume? So these 2 actions are still upon the shoulders of the prosecution. Only with regard to the third one, presumption has been made. But while implementing the law, or the general understanding is that as if the total burden is reversed. And that is why the chaotic, the full of hassles, results are happening. So, why the experience with this department or with this law is so, troublesome is because of this reason which I mentioned in the slide, that web of actions start happening the moment this law is applied. Simultaneously, by various investigation agencies. On the one hand, the primary agencies who are investigating scheduled offence, on the other hand by the ED. The ED also bifurcated into 2 parts. One by the special court prosecution part and attachment part. And different forums are involved. So multiple actions start happening, multiple forums are involved. Then this is the most common slide, most common situation which is being faced all over the country, in which ED actions are happening at default, non-default cases. person took loan from a banker, say large size corporate took loan from consortium of bankers, so they say rupees 1,000 crores. Business is something which is never certain. Nobody is complete control. Anything may go wrong. Things go bad. This is one situation. Situation could be also that a person has done fraud with the bank, misused the money, took the loan fraudulently, and that is why he is not paying, repaying. And the situation could also be. Whatever may be the situation, the guidelines of RBI are that such kind of loan, such kind of accounts, borrowers have to be treated as fraud accounts. And since they are categorized as fraud accounts, the other consequence which happens is that either EOW or CBI will come into motion because the bank has to necessarily file an FIR before any of these events. The moment FIR is filed, ED gets the jurisdiction to initiate its action under Section 5 and other sections. And the moment ED comes into picture, it again comes with jet speed. The trial or the action by the other agencies is going on the speed of the bullock cart, and it comes with the jet speed. So it gets, first of all, it gets the right of making attachment, then investigation under Section 50 of PMLA, then power of search, power of seizure, power of arrest. All actions are liable to be right to be activated, and they are activated. So the problem is not with respect to the borrower only here. The problem begins here. Because as I said, proceeds of crime A, B, C, D, as many persons may be involved in the process, all are liable for actions under offensive money laundering. So the amount of this 1,000 crores, wherever it has been dealt, it leaves a trail. It's like picking up an ant, dipping it into the ink pot, leaving it on a paper, or bunch of ants, leaving them on paper after dipping them into ants. How the trail is created on paper, it is like that. So wherever the trail goes, also goes the ED, and also goes the exercise of powers of attachment, and also goes powers of investigation, summon under Section 50, and also goes power of arrest simultaneously. So these are most unfortunate cases, but these are maximum in number. Why I am saying unfortunate? There are 2-3 reasons for that. First reason is this, that it is very difficult to distinguish at the preliminary stage that this is actually a fraud case or this is a genuine business loss case. By the time this distinction will be made by any wise agency, the damage will already be done. The innocent may have been crushed, and if maybe the borrower may be not innocent, but the people with whom that money transactions have been done by that borrower, that corporate, big size corporate, they may also be suffering, facing various multiple actions. Because everybody will have to prove, no sir, the transaction done by me with this said so and so borrower is a genuine transaction, it has arm's length price, I have not helped him in parking his proceeds to crime, I have done a business transaction, genuine business transaction, sir, kindly see this is a proof. Burden is upon you. Keep proving it. Now should not such kind of law be aware within our awareness? It should be. That is why, that is how while doing the transaction, you will be doubly checking it. Second reason for being unfortunate. Now this is such a complex law, and pardon me for saying that it cannot be handled solely by one professional. I mean, one means person dealing with one domain. Mostly it is being done by lawyers dealing in criminal law. They do not understand financial accounting. They are not able to understand this complex trail of 1,000 crores. You kindly imagine, even with chartered accountants, they find it difficult to understand the whole lot of complex transactions. So since the lawyers do not understand, they are not able to explain to the judges also. Judges are not able to understand this money trail, this proceeds of crime, whether received, not received, what has happened, etc., etc. Therefore, they immediately refuse bail. Bails are refused. Cases are not decided promptly, and such kind of cases keep suffering. So, before deciding that yes, let me make default in repayment of bank loan to the banker, I will recover here, recover from there, etc., etc., or think that these are the consequences. Think twice. A. B. We as a chartered accountant can also play a crucial role now in understanding this whole gamut of explaining the money trail, etc. Because incorrect store, therefore I have prepared this slide for you. Steps involving correct approach. How the correct approach should be followed. This is what I wanted to discuss. That in this manner we can understand this. Finding out the source and quantifying amount of proceeds of crime from commission of offence. Identifying, then calculating, then proper financial accounting analysis, then preparation of money trail for the attached properties to demonstrate the source of funds. If I am able to prepare, show that only this 1,000 crore has come from here, gone there, that's it. So then whole lot of action will be avoided at least. The entire properties are attached, everybody is roped into the transaction and all that. And if I am also able to show the loan whenever was obtained was genuinely obtained and the utilization of the loan is in genuine business needs only, it has not been siphoned off. So I can then help understand the agency and the judiciary that look, this is a case of first category. That where genuine business loss has happened. The business has collapsed. It is not a case of any fraudulent exercise. Now let me give few analysis with regard to the Benami law also. Or before that, let me cover up some of the questions which are left to be answered. Let me come back to the questions. Out of these questions, any question which you think I must cover it right now? Okay, let me take up this last question, which is the most commonly asked question. Some people are very excited to know this answer because it appears that they are likely to receive some gifts. Should I think twice before accepting a gift? Actually, answer is yes. Our address has been saying there are no free lunches or dinners. They have rightly said. That is number one. Number two, now while doing a transaction, whether you take it as Benami property, whether you take it as money laundering case, any law, claimant, a real bona fide claimant or a bona fide purchaser. I am using the word claimant because sometimes it's not a case of purchase, but it is some other case. I will also give examples of that. So, bona fide of the same, bona fide of the transaction, bona fide of the property has to be explained by the person who wants to claim the benefit of immunity from attachment. So suppose you have sold an asset to a person who had obtained bank loan, repayment of which he has defaulted, and out of that loan amount he had paid you amount. So in fact that is proceeds of crime. If you draw the trail, it reaches you. Right? So technically speaking, the money has come to you. You will say, I have taken the money because of bona fide reasons. Then you will have to explain what are those bona fide reasons. Suppose you have accepted advance, property is not yet transferred. Property is not yet transferred in the name of the person, that borrower. It is lying advance with you. You will turn up the things upside down, but it will be very difficult to explain the genuineness of such transaction if the advance is pending. Or if the transaction has been done in such a fashion that he has paid you a sum of rupees 10 crores, but the property's approximate value should not be in market, should not be more than rupees 1 crore. The remaining 9 crores. And if it is a case of pure gift, then definitely it will be treated as proceeds of crime, howsoever genuine will be the gift. So within relatives also, if it is gift, it is for sure proceeds of crime liable to be attached. If it is a transaction, then it is bona fide has to be. And the burden to prove bona fide will be upon the person who is doing the transaction. Welcome to the new world. Nowadays, whenever the sellers are getting this undertaking signed, that kindly give this undertaking about the sources of money which you are paying to us. In one or two cases of my own client, they showed me, sir, my seller is asking for this. Now let me give you a case of, because I am dealing with this question, a Benami property case situation also, that suppose you could end up in buying a property which is Benami property. Will it be attached? Yes, it will be attached. Because transfer of any Benami property is void under section 6(1) of PPPT Act, which we will be dealing with it. So then how can I say? Only the way I can say this, getting protection under section 27 of PPPT Act as a bona fide purchase. There is a specific section. But to claim the benefit of that section, I have to prove three things. That full value of consideration has been paid. Contract has been entered. Stamp duty thereon has been paid. And I have no knowledge of Benami transaction. So I have no knowledge of Benami transaction, how will I prove the negative? And full value, I have to justify that this was the circle rate, this was the market value, transaction has been done on that. Where it can be said to be not be proved, I will try to explain with the help of few practical things which have happened. If you recapitulate, a few years back, there was news which was running for quite number of days in the newspaper, that some solar project in Rajasthan where the land was sold, and this thing had happened because of encashing the insider trading knowledge that this project is coming up. So many people took the property in Benami name. In fact, very senior politicians took the property, purchased the property and sold it to the big corporates. And big corporates, including many corporates from Mumbai also, they are big names. I got to handle one such case. The burden was there upon the buyer to prove that this is not a Benami property. What he purchased is not a Benami property. And how it happened. Suppose I am dealing with Mr. X, who is a big businessman of the city. And while dealing, I am transacting, paying money, but at the time of execution of sale deed, suddenly not X, the driver of Mr. X appears. And property is found to be registered in his name, and he is executing sale deed in my favor. And apparently he is not a man of means that he can sell me a property worth rupees 10 crores. And I am buying the property worth rupees 10 crores in 7 crores. So the moment my statement is recorded in a proper manner, I will blurt out everything. Because I will not be able to recognize who was the seller. I was dealing with X, I am in execution of X, say execution deed, I am the Mr. X driver, somebody else is coming, I am paying less than market rate. So there will be odds against me. It will be difficult for me to explain that I am a bona fide buyer. Therefore now proper research is being done, legal research, legal search is done whenever the properties are transferred, that who has been the buyer, what has been his standing, etc., etc. So even in these transactions we are facing these troubles. What to say which are apparently bogus transactions? How overlapping of multiple offences of laws are dealt with, like IPC and these laws, which act will prevail, whether punishment under one law will prevail another. This is a very, very widely asked question. That, sir, if there are more than laws which are apparently applicable, if say tax has been paid, then Benami should not be applicable. Then why to drag you for money laundering? No, this is, and you must be also thinking, yes, sir, one law is okay enough. एक बार तो पनिशमेंट होती है, बार बार तो डबल जेपर्डी तो नहीं होनी चाहिए. The thing is, if I have done 2 wrongs, I will be punished twice. If I have done 3 wrongs, I will be punished thrice. So how many wrongs I am doing, it depends on that. That is an answer to the question whether double jeopardy will happen or not. Another thing, every law, you pick up any act, it has become a fashion to write, to contain this section, that this law is in addition to and not in subjugation of any other law. And in case any inconsistency arises between the two, this law and any other law, the provisions of this law will prevail upon any other law. Pick up any law. Section 66 of PMLA, Benami also contains this, income tax also probably must be doing this. So if this is the situation, the multiple application of the law itself is making possible. You cannot have a grievance. So if the things have happened like that income tax violation has also happened, that transaction has also been done Benami, and some scheduled offence has also been done in this process, all three laws will be applicable. And suppose there is involvement of import-export also, FEMA has been involved, so FEMA will also get treated. Suppose the money has been stashed in some undisclosed bank account, which is not declared in India, Black Money Act will also be applicable. So, in most of the cases, the things are not mutually exclusive, they are cumulative. And if the offences have been done under more laws, so all will be affected simultaneously. Now we can skip other slide. Now before I start Benami, may I ask this question? Just to ponder over, and we can have this answer if possible today at the end of the session. Very quick one. Do you find anything common between law and spirituality? Or they are totally different things? Ponder over it. Let's see where do we reach by the end of the session. Karte hain? So, when I started reading these laws, particularly Benami law and other economic offences, मेरे को सिर्फ law ही नहीं समझ में आया. It also helped me understand how the life is to be lived, or what is not to be done in life to make the life livable. I will explain with the help of some certain things before you. Benami law पढ़ के समझ में आया कि लाइफ में क्या नहीं करना है, और जो नहीं करना है वो एक ही बात है कि जिंदगी बेनामी नहीं जीनी है. बेनामी है क्या? Let's try to understand it first. Mr. B is the seller. In a standard transaction, B will sell the property to A if A wants to buy, and A will make payment to B. So at any given point of time, there is only one picture in it, one person in picture. When the property was with B, B was in picture. When property is sold to Mr. A, with regards to this property, only Mr. A remains in the picture. Straight, finished, transaction finished. Now if the transaction is done in this manner, that A gives money to B with this instruction that you transfer the property in the name of C, execute the sale deed in the name of Mr. C, and property is transferred by Mr. B to in the name of C, and A enters into a tacit arrangement with Mr. C, an understanding, unwritten understanding, that you will hold the property for my benefit. A makes this understanding with C that C will hold the property for the benefit of A, and C agrees. So now, after the B is out of the picture, two persons come to the picture, A and C. Earlier, only one person was there at a time. Now two persons are there. C is the ostensible owner, A is the real owner. Duality comes into the picture instead of singularity. And if you recapitulate in your life, you start feeling problem when duality comes into your life. Dvait. So long as a Dvait is there, singularity is there, I am connected with that Supreme. So long as we have this feeling, this understanding, this belief, this faith, the problem may come, problem will go, it will never trouble you. You will be able to deal with the problem. The moment this disconnect happens, duality comes into life, you start the feeling of problem. Exactly same thing here. Duality comes, Benami checks. Because C is branded as Benamidar and A is branded as beneficiary. And the consequences are very severe. First of all, the property becomes immediately the property becomes the property of the government. The moment these facts are brought on. In income tax, the property will become the property of the government. I don't know whether it's after some life. Here it becomes immediately. Then both are liable for prosecution, imprisonment, and fine, 25% each. And if by mistake any one of them during the course of recording of statement, if the officer asks, कि लाला जी आपने ये क्यों किया था? सर मेरे सीए साहब ने कही थी ऐसा करने के लिए. So the law clearly says the abettor is also equally liable under section 53-54A for prosecution and fine. Welcome to the new legal world. So this is a classic slide which I have opened, but the scope is much beyond. So classic is there where the ownership is divided into two parts. A person who is perceived as owner, a person who is not seen as owner but is actually an owner.
Excuse me, sir. I have a small question regarding this earlier slide. That three parties.
Please.
So what is the liability of that seller in the blue color here?
If seller has done it knowingly,
Seller will be knowing, sir, because he is saying that okay, you transfer to this.
In this case, seller will also be equally liable.
Yes.
But sometimes happens that A pays to C and C pays to B. He does not know what is going on. It may also happen that C simply issues him a check or DD, says ki okay, I am making you the payment. Beyond that, you are not concerned with. So B remains oblivious. He is living in maybe proved to be fool's paradise, but he is living in paradise. Then no problem. But in this case, where C is handing over check of A to B, he is definitely going to face trouble.
Okay.
And that is why sellers have started insisting, I want from same person. 5 minutes कह रहे हैं, क्या करें? सर आप तो फिंगर रेस करते रहो, वो पीछे फिंगर रेस करते रहेंगे, मैं क्या करूँ? चलो कोई बात, please.
Small question, whether it is applicable in case of blood relations also. मैंने पैसा दिया है प्रॉपर्टी.
सर ये बड़ा अच्छा सवाल, बहुत ही अच्छा सवाल किया. अभी ना ये बेनामी लोग नया ही खेल लेके आया है. इसमें नए तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, नए तरह की टेंशन है, नए तरह के आइडियाज हैं. तो नए तरह की प्रॉब्लम्स है की वजह से न्यू क्वेश्चंस आर बीइंग आस्क्ड. I said to somebody that okay, spouse is exempt. Somebody asked me, sir, okay, but who's the spouse? Because somebody, he is into trouble. यार कहीं मेरी बेनामी प्रॉपर्टी ना पकड़ी जाए. कोई सोच रहा है यार कहीं मेरा बेनामी रिश्ता ना पकड़ा जाए. तो आपने पता नहीं क्या सोच के बुलाया है. इसका आंसर तो यही है. ये सिर्फ एग्जेम्पशन है. स्पाउस और चाइल्ड सेक्शन में हिज और हर स्पाउस लिखा हुआ है साफ. तो वहां कोई एडवेंचर नहीं है. ब्रदर सिस्टर लीनियल डिसेंडेंट एंड असेंडेंट, यानी कि मदर फादर भी कवर्ड है, ब्रदर सिस्टर भी कवर्ड है एग्जेम्पशन में, लेकिन जॉइंट ओनरशिप होगी ओनली देन. राइट? अब आप कंडीशन में तो बहुत इमोशनली अटैच हो कि मदर के सामने साथ उनके नाम से प्रॉपर्टी नहीं ले सकता. वो ले सकते हैं, पर आप जो लेके भूल जाइए उनको, वो गिफ्ट है उनके लिए, उनको गिफ्ट कर दीजिए. संपूर्ण समर्पण. You should not be doing something or doing something else. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. मदर के लिए लिया है, ये नहीं बैलेंस शीट पे फिर खुद अपने आप को ओनर दिखा रहे हैं, उसका रेंट खुद ले रहे हैं. नहीं, तो वही ओनर है, वही रेंट देंगे, वो आपको दे, आपके भाई को दे, आपकी बहन को दे, किसी को दे, फिर आपको कोई मतलब नहीं होना चाहिए. फिर ठीक है, फिर कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. तो या तो कुछ करो या ना करो. Get rid of बेनामी सिचुएशन. Then ये A, B, C, D. A part I have already explained. B part is where property is held in fictitious name, state of benami, where owner is not aware और डिनाइज अबाउट द ओनरशिप। मेरे पास एक प्रॉपर्टी लीज है तो पता नहीं प्रॉपर्टी किसकी है, मैं तो ओनर हूं नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, आपकी तो सरकार कहती है हमारी है, नो प्रॉब्लम। The pair of consideration is not traceable. This is the mostly hit section 29D, where section 68 could not be invoked properly or 69 failed under Income Tax Act. There they are making attempt invoking 29D in large number of cases. Rightly or wrongly, you can read that article of mine, which was published in CPC Journal around 4 years back. I predicted that this is going to be this problem. It happened. How far the menace of section 68 or 69 shall continue to haunt under Benami law. ये टाइटल है आर्टिकल का। मंगेशी मैं भेज दूंगा. You can submit that article. Then, because time constraint is there, let us concentrate on only few. There are many questions. I will cover a few of them very quickly. First of all, somebody was asking कि sir time limit क्या है? श्री कृष्ण ने क्या कहा था? समय के बारे में. समय अनंत है ना, इसका प्रारंभ नाम। उन्होंने इसको भी टाइमलेस ड्यूटी बनाया। ना पीछे तक का कोई लिमिट बांधा है ना आगे तक का बांधा है। कुछ नहीं है। हम 147 में लिमिट ही काउंट करते रहते हैं, यार इतना कैलकुलेशन है, कोई लिमिट नहीं है। जब हमारा मन करेगा हम बिना नहीं। तो ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि आपने प्रॉपर्टी दी, आपके बेटे ने अपने बेटे को दी, और उस ग्रैंडसन के पास जाके एक दिन बिनामी वाले आते हैं, कहते हैं ये प्रॉपर्टी तुम्हारे दादा की थी, बिनामी थी, ये एसेट की थी, लायबिलिटी थी, हमें दी थी। कोई टाइम लिमिट ही नहीं। एक बार एक्शन फेल हो गया दोबारा भी शुरू कर सकते हैं। Then whether U-turn is allowed? क्वेश्चन हैं, मैं उसका आंसर दे रहा हूँ। No, no U-turn is allowed. Meaning thereby एक बार बेनामी हो गया तो आप ये भी नहीं कह सकते सर बेनामी हो गया तो गलती से वापस कर रहे हैं, रिवर्स कर लेते हैं। No, the moment बेनामी happens, the transfer is void under section 6(1) of KPT and it becomes the property of the government. The moment admission is there, that it is benami. Any compensation? No compensation. Is there any role of intention? इस मेरी गलती से हो गया सर ये बेनामी। कारण कुछ कोई इंटेंशन का रोल नहीं है। नो रोल ऑफ इंटेंशन। राइटली रॉन्गली बेनामी इज बेनामी, ऐसा कोई लॉ ही नहीं है। इवन एंटी मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग लॉ भी इतना स्ट्रिक्ट नहीं है। Any property, tangible, intangible, movable, immovable, any property, any class, any profile, any structure, corporate, non-corporate, individual, partnership form, district companies, this, that, all. The bona fide purchaser I have already explained, multiplier effect I have already explained. Variety of issues, I think this we can skip for some other time. This interplay I have already explained. Interplay का एक class ले लेता हूँ बस. In one case, what had happened? The search happened. After a search, offer was made to pay tax on the aggregate amount of say rupees 25 crores. Breakup was prepared, and 10 crores included amount of capital received by R Limited from B Limited. The name of the gentleman was R. He offered to okay, this is bogus capital, I am going to pay tax on that also. 10 crore was the amount. So he paid tax on 25 crore, matter ended. That is what he thought. But matter did not end because within 30 days he gets notice, and this time from Benami Prohibition Unit of the Income Tax Department, calling him for recording of the statement. He raises his collar up and goes for recording of the statement. He said, what is the problem? You have said that this is bogus share capital. Yes sir, I have paid tax on that. Oh, so that means when you took check in the name of R Limited for B Limited, you gave cash to B Limited. You cannot say no. Silence will not convert it into no. So B Limited gave this check. R Limited in lieu of that check gave certificates to B Limited which are not with B Limited with you. You are holding the certificates in Benami capacity. Now answer is cannot be no. You himself admitted. So what was attached by the Benami provision? First of all, the amount lying in the bank account, whatever was left, amount spent for buying the office building from this 10 crores, share certificates, all three. All three. That is where the problem is. Otherwise, it is liable for attachment now. Only what can be fought is what is Benami. According to my understanding, in this article that I have explained, at the best share certificate would be Benami. Not the bank proceeds, not the share certificate. This is applicable on holding structures also. If foreign entities are investing through Mauritius route in India and if Mauritius route is found to be on the paper company, DAR is invoked, then Benami can also be invoked. Then this in this slide I have no. people buying land in India through NRI friends held to be Benami because of the circumstances there. Because in the name of NRI, it said it is on the behalf of my foreign friend, they attach the property. Whatever was done in income tax or not, that is a different thing, but at least it has been held as Benami. Prosecution has started of friend living in India, and they are waiting for NRI friend to put his foot on the land, and they will start his prosecution now. Black Money Act में सिर्फ एक ही बात करूँगा, anything you are doing outside India, you use your account. Whether earning anything, whether depositing money in bank account, creating any financial interest in any manner, that should be disclosed in foreign FA schedule of income tax. So long as it is done, Benami, this Black Money Act cannot trouble. If it is not done, Black Money Act will definitely trouble in this manner or that manner or whatever. So, coming back to that thing which we started, that is there anything common between law and spirituality? Anything comes to your mind now? Okay, tell me like in this manner. You read any section of any law, right? Take for example, IPC. Theft, punishable. Dacoity, punishable. Cheating, fraud, breach of trust, breach of faith, matrimonial crimes, interpersonal issues. You see anything, right? Punishable. You see Benami sections. किसी और की प्रॉपर्टी को अपना बनाना, अपनी प्रॉपर्टी को किसी और का दिखाना, right? Anti-money laundering law, that dealing with the crime, earning from it, and also showing that it is a good money. Any section, okay. Now imagine if the divinity would have been present here, and they would like to guide you how the life is to be made good by you. How would they express? In this manner only. So I find most of the things you will find that it is nothing but manifestation by some divine source, which they themselves cannot speak. They are speaking through these sections. Just give a thought over it. We never thought that. We said, no, don't spiritual baat karo, spiritual baat karo. सोचिए, think over it. इससे कोई difference ही नहीं मिलेगा क्या देखने में. मतलब दोनों common हो जाएंगे. नहीं, isn't it? So, यहाँ हम ये कह लीजिए कि जब spiritual हो जाएंगे totally, जो दूसरे और बिल्कुल totally spiritual, उसको sections पढ़ने की जरूरत है? नहीं, उसके सारे actions, सारे words, सारा व्यवहार, सारा behavior, conduct will be compliant of these sections. In other words, who will be truly with heart compliant with these sections is bound to become spiritual. Am I wrong? कुछ थोड़ा सा क्लिक कर रहा है, टच कर रहा है कहीं? So इस बेनामी लोगों ने मुझे तो यही सिखाया है. I do not know about how you pick it up. One thing, that जो आपका है उसको आपका बताएं, जो आपका नहीं है उसे आपका नहीं बताएं. जो जैसा आप अंदर से हैं वैसा ही बाहर से, जो नहीं, जो है वो है, जो नहीं है वो नहीं है. So जीने का मजा यही है कि get rid of बेनामी लाइफ, real life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, C. Ashwani Taneja, for those insightful words. I would now like to invite C. Shiv Bhagwan Asawa to extend a warm vote of thanks to C. Ashwani Taneja. Thank you.
Good evening. We are running short of time. Already Omkar has given me a warning. Finish it as fast as possible. Before I say or I propose hearty vote of thanks, those who are following me in LinkedIn or Thane CA group, I categorize CA practice in 3 different dimensions. One is typical conventional practice, that is called debit side practice. Other one is credit side practice, where you are helping bringing inflow of funds to your client's account. And third category is practice of fear. वो माउंटेन ड्यू का एडवर्टाइजमेंट है ना, डर के आगे जीत है. तो मैं बोलता हूँ डर के आगे पैसा है. तो ऐसा ही कुछ चीजों पे आज अश्विन तनेजा सर ने डेलीबरेट किया. PMLA एक्ट, बेनामी प्रॉपर्टीज एक्ट, सर्च सीजर रेड, इसमें लोगों को डर लगता है. और जहाँ डर लगता है वहाँ पैसा जा रहा है.
So I will urge all my colleagues sitting over here, look at certain areas of doing practice in those areas. Life will be much more beautiful. Thank you, Dhaneja sir, for deliberating on this particular subject in a lucid manner. And I request everyone to carry big vote of thanks with a round of applause. Thank you.
Moving on to our final session of the day, we have an insightful panel discussion lined up on the recent issues in GST. I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage, and I also request Sushil Kumar Goyal to join them on the dais. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists for the next session? Before we dive into the discussion, we have a brief word from our sponsors, O22 Business Park, who would like to introduce their latest product.
Hi everyone, this is Gaurav. I represent O22 Business Park. This is a commercial project. This is situated at Barclays here. I'll just take you through the entire product once. This is a joint venture between three groups, starting Nagarik Group, which is headed by Mr. Manoj Shah, Parmar Group, which is headed by Mr. Uday Parmar, and RG Ventures, which is not into real estate, but they are mainly into plastic food manufacturing. This is the snapshot of our development. We have delivered about 25-30 lakh square feet in the last 25 years. We have delivered 20 odd projects with OC all across Thane. So you can see the name of the project that we have already delivered in Thane. They are both mixed-use developments, retail, residential, all of them. Now we have got a new development to Barclays Estate. So, as you might know, Barclays Estate right now is dense with commercial projects. And we have spoken to multiple people before launching this product. As you also being a business owner, these are some things which you need in your product. First of all, a great location. Our project is based exactly at Barclays Circle, 4 minutes from Murun Cheknaka. We have an iconic glass facade. This is the ground plus 32-story elevation. This is going to be the tallest commercial tower in Barclays Estate right now. We have got ample amount of car parking spaces. We have got 9 levels of car parking and all surface level car parking. So there is no mechanical, no stand, no stilt parking in the entire project. Then we have got 13 high-speed elevators in our project, which ease down to the convenience आप लोगों के लिए ensuring कि आपके office में जो भी आ रहा है there is a very smooth in and out. We have got entry-free crowd exit because we have got 3 separate lobbies in our project. I'll just show you a snippet of our project. The elevation of the project. This is how the building looks. This is a ground plus 32-story elevation. This is a golden facade building. So you can see ground level where we have already got retail showrooms with us. This is a 400 feet tall structure. Exactly at circle. We have got high-end retail showrooms at the ground level. हमने retail shops नहीं बनाए. We have got 2 big showrooms at the ground level. We have got separate entry and separate drop-off lobbies. Normally, you come into any commercial, you've got one single lobby. जहाँ से आप enter करते हो, वहीं से exit करते हो. What we have done is, we have made 2 separate lobbies, one where you drop off and one where you pick up from. So that आपका peak hours में बहुत convenient होता है to exit the project. People coming in and out of your property can move out very easily. At the 2 levels, we have got rooftop dining experiences, entire floor plate dedicated to rooftop restaurants at the top of the building, 32nd and the 33rd floor. So this is one of those towers wherein you will find both side views. One will be facing towards the hill and the other will be facing towards Mulund. Talking about the address, the project is situated bang on Wagle Circle at road number 22. This is about 4 minutes from Mulund and about 8 to 9 minutes from Teenath Nagar. Wagle Estate, I'm sure many of you are already aware of the location and where it exists. This is more closer to Mulund than this is to Thane. We are sitting in Thane although at Wagle Estate, but our project is very nearby to Mulund. You have got everything possible nearby, upcoming metro stations, railway stations, and also the new Thane Interring City Metro project that has been announced, wherein we have got a metro station right below our project at Wagle Circle. We call this project the Jewel of Wagle. Now, why do we call that? We'll just take you through that. So we have got a 100 feet wide road access. Normally, when you go into any commercial properties, they are based mainly on the internal roads or service roads. This is one of the few properties right now present which is exactly at the circle, which will give you 100 feet wide road access. Second, this is going to be one of the tallest towers there, 400 feet. We have got a glass facade which is not existing in this market, micro market right now. 13 high-speed elevators, the most amount of elevators anyone is right now giving in any of the commercial projects. What we have done is we have bifurcated the elevators. We have got separate elevators for everyone. Directors and owners have a separate lobby. Passengers have a separate lobby. People who want to go to the restaurant have a separate lobby. These are just some of the features. We have got triple lighted lobby at the entrance, 24-seater common conference room, shoppers resting area, dedicated visitors parking and everything. We have got 100% power backup for the offices and as well for the common areas. This is the elevation at the daytime, and all the offices over here that we have got are all Vastu compliant, and currently construction wise the possession is within 2 years. The carpet areas that we have got pricing wise start at 500 odd carpet area, the price starts at 1 CR onwards. 700 odd carpet area starts at 120 CR onwards, and then we have got bigger offices as per customization, 1500 carpet and beyond. Price is on request. Anyone who is interested, we are sitting outside, we can connect. Thank you.
I now request C.S. Srinivas to formally introduce our distinguished panel for this session.
Good evening, everyone. We are in the last session of the Taxathon 2024, and I have the pleasure of introducing our speakers. In our expert panel, our first speaker will be C. Aditya Surte. He is a fellow chartered accountant and a lawyer. He is practicing in GST advisory, litigation, audit and compliance. He has been awarded many awards like Best Speaker and Upcoming Speaker by GST PAM and Best Paper Writer. He has authored many publications in the GST on charitable trust, short publications on GST and key rulings. Our next speaker is CA Mandar Telan. He is a FCA and a lawyer. He has delivered many lectures and regularly delivers lectures at the BCAS and GST PAM and various other forums. He has authored many books on service tax and background material on GST. And our third speaker is CMA Ashok Naval. He has had a very long and illustrious career in the industry, working in the Mahindra Group, VIP Industries, then Jain Group of Industries, and he is the founder of With Soul India Services Private Limited. He also regularly delivers lectures at various forums. We are very glad to have you, sir. Welcome to the Thane branch. And as a moderator, we have our very own CA Kunal Tawda. We all know him. He is regularly delivering lectures on GST at our forum of WIRC, GST PAM, and SCP study circles. I now request CA Omkar Gadgil to present our guest with a memento. CA Aditya Surte. CA Sushil Kumar Goel, sir. Hello. CMA Ashok Naval, sir. CA Mandar Telan, sir. CA Kunal Tawda. I now hand over the charge to C. Kunal Tawda.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, seniors in the profession, and professional brothers. A warm welcome to everybody present here. Very warm welcome for our panel discussion under GST. Friends, we have with us here three distinguished panelists who are bringing ocean of knowledge and deep experience with them for our discussion today. But before I begin, let me take a moment to thank and express our gratitude to the Thane branch of WIRC, headed by CA Mangesh and full team of ICI Thane branch, for organizing such a excellent conference for all of us, Taxathon 2024. I would also personally be grateful to them for giving me an opportunity to moderate this session. To just set the tone of our discussion, I will be posing questions to each of the panelists, and after the panelist has answered, if any other panelist has some other views or to add something to it, maybe they can add or supplement this. Friends, without much ado, let's begin with the session, because anyways I think we are running 15-20 minutes late, so not to waste much of time. So just we'll start with the session. The first question, basically, I will be raising Ashok sir. So 7 years into GST, what has been according to you the three changes? Either the changes that has practically be experienced as a differentiating factor than in the pre-GST regime, or something that hasn't been turned that the way it's been anticipated? What do you see a way forward in it? And what is the most awaited aspect in the GST law in upcoming 3 years before we reach the decade anniversary of GST? If you can.
After 7 years of GST, still, whether the state government officers or central government officers are still wandering in the dark. So though one nation, one tax have been really appreciated and by the trade or by the industry after 2 years, but still the problem implementation is still there, and because of that harassment is still continuing. So what was expected is a seamless flow and without litigation, faceless, so that we concentrate on our core sector. That was expected, that has not come. Different practices of state government officers and central government officers while dealing with the GST cases. That is also becoming one of the hurdles. What was expected, that has not come. And the third most thing which was expected, that one thing is definitely good achieved is one that different laws, different state laws and different forms and the essence of that has totally gone. They are on the e-way so that transaction is well aware. Immediately DGTI notice goes to the income tax, 148 is issued. So like that, the database of the government is tremendous, and that is the reason more compliance and more networking, more other taxpayers has come in the network. We have also become more disciplined. Taxpayers also have become more disciplined than that of earlier. So these are the good things which has definitely happened, but what was expected in coming 3 years, that petroleum has to come in this so that cascading effect will be lesser. There has to be a common practice with the state tax officers and central tax officers while dealing with the cases and handling those cases, whether in the assessment proceedings or adjudication proceedings. And the third important part is the real issues which are been there of the tax slabs, reducing the tax slabs. How and what is the issue, because 12% very less tax is collected, so state government doesn't want to touch on that. And 18% they don't want to bring it down because of the good tax collection which is going on. So that is a problem, but the need of the rationalization of tax is very important. So in coming 3 years, we expect that petroleum products has to come in, and that has to come in the GST network. And most dilated and delayed formation of national tribunal. That is the National Advanced Ruling Authorities and as well as GST Appellate Tribunal. If it comes, that will be a much better for the litigations, and simplified things will be there. And binding decisions will come, though courts are there, but that has the limitation of the certain things. So these three, at least in coming 3 years, what I expect that will definitely happen from the one nation, one tax, but hassle-free working still not happen. So these three things, if it comes, and really the GSTN network now, of course, very less problems are in the GSTN network, and they are coming to the number of good advices. So that is one thing. So these three things happen, I think life of ours will become much better. And that is what we expect in coming 3 years, or at least in 10 years, though it is long period. But at least we will prove that we will not go back to any old systems, and we will be the first nation to have the implementation of the one nation, one tax in the most simplified manner. So good and simple tax in coming 3 years we expect.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your views. Now let's deep dive into the technical aspects of the recent issues. We also have with us Sushil Kumar sir, GST Indirect Tax Committee Chairman, and I would also request him to give his expert views on any of the issues or any of the topics, what he feels. Sir.
Ashok sir is correctly mentioned that it was expected that GST will provide seamless flow of credit. Basically, when GST was introduced, this was the biggest market gimmick. The government has promised that let me introduce GST and it will provide us seamless flow of credit. But somehow it is converted into some seamless flow of credit, that some grammatical mistakes or some placement of letters has been wrongly done, or spelling mistake we can call it. So it seems less flow of credit, or rather it is not flowing at all. The credit which is the due to the taxpayer, the taxpayer is expected to get the credit, then only the difference it is. But more thing I want to tell here, somehow this GST which was expected to be an indirect tax, GST when it was introduced, or still government says it is an indirect tax, but the provision nowhere says it is an indirect tax. Provisions are converted into a direct tax. When indirect tax came to India, the limitation period or the normal period for demanding tax was 6 months. 6 months from the due date of filing of return, and return were monthly. So April return, by 15th of May people used to file the return. So maximum by 15th of November government can ask for the tax. If they have not asked, demand became the time bound. And it was not for 1 year or 2 years, it lasted for more than 50 years. Mandar will confirm that it is more than 50 years. The limitation period was 6 months. Because government recognized and understood that it is a indirect tax. Indirect tax means we, taxpayer, is a helping hand to government, as an agent to government, who is just trying to collect on behalf of the government and deposit. So if we fail to collect, due to whatever be the reason, any confusion or wrong understanding, if we fail to collect, we will not be able to collect beyond 6 months. So it is a indirect tax, because I have to collect and deposit. People were talking during those days, and still we are talking, since we are given this responsibility to collect and deposit, why we should not get some commission? So these type of talks were there, but now slowly, all the provisions, no provision is saying it is an indirect tax. It is to collect and deposit. This language is missing from the act at all. It is in the form of direct tax. It is tax on the taxpayer. If he is able to collect, fine. If he is not able to collect, very fine. And regarding ITC, which is very pinching, and I was surprised to know this. I was giving an example that if somebody has purchased something from A, Mr. A purchased from Mr. B, Mr. B failed to deposit, whatever be the reason, there are 100 reasons people are not paying tax. Not only reason that he is a fraudster, or he is a person who is willfully defaulter. There is 98 other reasons are there. There are financial crunch. There is a reason that something mishappened, he is not able to pay in right time. Or any reason, the working capital requirement or the business is not doing well, it might be any reason, he is not deposited. So government will jump upon me saying that I have done this is a fraud. First he is not deposited, it is a fraud. Practical reasons are not recognized in the law, not recognized by the officer, why he has not deposited. And they will ask me to deposit. Very fine, I will deposit, no harm in that. Will they not going to ask that person to deposit? They are asking him also to deposit. So Mr. A is having his so-called notice, Mr. B is also having his for the same amount. Where the is only one time, and they are able to say they are able to collect from both. What they are going to do, what is expected from them. Then in 90% cases they will collect from both. Mr. A, they will keep on pursuing, you have not deposited, not deposited. Mr. B, since you have taken credit, which he has not deposited, on the day of issue notice it is not deposited. Later on you have collected from him, you have attached their bank account. So what mechanism they have developed to inform both, keep track on A and B both, that this money is not yet collected, or it is collected from you, whenever we will collect from another person, we will refund it back to you. So this is totally missing. Basically, this tax system is, although some media is not available here, so I can say that if you just open a report given by World Bank on Indian GST, they say it is most complicated drafted law in the world. It is most complicated drafted law in the world. I can challenge, nobody can understand, whatever you do. I was discussing this delivery challenge. People are not aware. People are simply not aware that they need a delivery challenge. Believe me, this cameraman bringing camera from shop to here must carry a delivery challenge. And value for more than 150,000, they must have a e-way bill also. So, thank you. I think government will understand, time will come when they will understand. And
the reason now, divide method or some of the High Court decisions are very clear that whenever the number of almost every taxpayer has received the notices that supplier has not paid the tax or he is fraudulent or whatever it may be. But the basic responsibility to pay, each of them is the supplier. So it says do all those that government has got 4 powers. One is attach his property, right to the banker, right to his persons who are liable to pay to him, and recover from him. Rather than doing it, the poor recipient is harassed and he will recover and still that money will not be. So government is getting double entries without any justification.
Yeah.
But number of High Court decisions still, until that comes in that jurisdiction, and all of us say Kamlakshi Finance Supreme Court contempt for court is applicable. Till that time, the tax harassment will be there to the taxpayer until really taxpayer becomes the alarm. The recipient should not be harassed until you do all these actions.
you have spoken about DY Bethel, but I am surprised to note that only DY Bethel got the benefit of this judgment. No other officer, no other countryman is getting benefit of this judgment. So moreover, the judgment, I always discuss whenever people touch upon these judgments, I always go for the section 71AA. 771AA is a Supreme Court judgment which says tax is not applicable on club or association. Then they have amended the law retrospectively, saying that it will supersede all judgment in the country. All judgment in the country and all other law in the country. So what is the benefit of going to the court and winning the case even in Supreme Court?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your inputs. Second question I will be posing to Mandarji. Mandar sir, the second question is, see, there is a constant issue regarding alleged non-reversal of ITC in case of discounts and incentives which are received by way of non-GST credit notes. So at one end we are clear that unless the supplier issues a GST credit note, we would not reverse the ITC. However, the provisions of 16(2) regarding non-payment or full payment of tax along with this, there is a issue with respect to that. So GST authorities are insistent that they will be permitting only to the ITC proportionate to the whatever you have made the payment. So should the vendors or the dealers be reversing the ITC? Or and to follow up, the follow-up question in this respect would be whether if say ITC is not reversed, whether the supplier, the taxpayer they would be adding it to the and say liable to make the payment of GST on the outward supplier with respect to discount and incentives. Okay.
So as I understand, whenever there is a tax credit note issued, the supplier adjusts the tax subject to the condition that incidence of tax is not passed on to the buyer, and the buyer on the other hand has no right to take the credit because the incidence is not passed on to him, he has not made the payment, he is not supposed to make the payment, so he reverses the ITC. So whenever there is a tax credit note issued, I think the law is very clear that the supplier can take an adjustment of the tax and the recipient has to reverse the credit, and there is no obligation on him to make the payment of tax. Now when financial credit note is issued, the law is very clear that it means that the tax is not required to be adjusted or is not supposed to be adjusted by the supplier. So the government has already got the tax. So as a corollary, there cannot be any compelling reason on the recipient to reverse that particular tax. So therefore, suppose 100 rupees invoice is issued, on which, say for example, 12 rupees tax is charged, so 112 rupee invoice is there. And against that 112 rupees invoice, some 10 rupees credit note is issued. Then 112 minus 10, whatever that amount comes, so long as that payment is made by the recipient to the supplier, according to me, the question of reversal of the credit would not come. Because there is often this non-payment of consideration to the extent of the financial credit note, and that issue comes up. But according to me, whenever the financial credit note is issued and it is a bilateral financial credit note, that means it is not unilateral. It means that it is not a case where, it's a VAT. It's a case where both the parties have agreed for a reduced consideration. That means in that case, when against 112 rupees invoice, 10 rupees credit note is issued, the person is expecting, a supplier is expecting the other party to pay the reduced price in full and final settlement of the invoice that has been raised. And therefore, in that case, according to me, the question of reversal of an ITC would not come. So, just to summarize, if financial credit note is issued, so long as the full payment, that is invoice minus financial credit note, whatever payment comes, so long as that entire payment is made, the question of reversal would not come.
No, this question was specifically posted because department audit
and in fact, there is also a circular in the context which clarifies the situation, not in an exact explicit word, but there is a circular which gives full light on it.
Because during audit generally, because during audit they rely on an advance ruling of Santosh distributors and say that नहीं वो 100 कम मटेरियल था आपने वो जिसने आपको 5 rupees का क्रेडिट नोट दिया इसलिए आपने 95 अंडर इनवॉइसिंग में बेच दिया. That is the
advance ruling, all those rulings according to me carry no weight. Ultimately, it is a rule. Even your circular, some questions are there later on, so I'll keep my comments reserved for that. But it's ultimately a law that you have to follow.
Just to add to what Mandara said, the whole issue is because of a very narrow interpretation of that second proviso of 16.2, where it is talking about failure of payment. So, what I will add is only a 4-point answer to if somebody is looking to respond to the department. Point number 1 is the purpose of the provision, where if you refer to the minutes of the 5th GST Council meeting, where they have discussed the law before presenting it to the Parliament for passing, they have clearly discussed that this is only an anti-evasion measure, 16.2 proviso. Second, if you refer to 29th Council meeting minutes, there also you will find that this is an anti-evasion measure. So that is one point, purpose of the provision. Second is the clear language of the provision, where it is talking about failure to pay. This is not a case of failure of payment, it is only, like Mandar said, it is a bilateral agreement to reduce the debt. Third, in addition to the circular that Mandar talked about, there are two previous service tax circulars that can be referred to, which are clearly saying that in such similar circumstances under the service tax law, there is no requirement to reverse the SENVAT credit. I would provide the circular numbers in the interest of shortage of time. I will not quote them. And the fourth part, if they are quoting Santosh distributors, you have a very good advance ruling. If you are going to go on the advance ruling, tera advance ruling bada ke mera. So then MRF Limited, all these aspects that I am talking about, very detailed discussion appellate authority for advance ruling, if I am not mistaken, it is Tamil Nadu Appellate Authority for Advance Ruling, MRF Limited. At the advance ruling stage, they had stated that no, you have to reverse. They went into appeal. Appellate Authority has stated not reverse, not required to reverse, and the discussion is quite good. So that can be referred to. That I will give the citation. If you want 2019-27 GSTL 578. So if that is referred to, all of these positions can be covered.
Yes, and there's to add to it, there's also Supreme Paradise Madras High Court judgment recently in this.
On that, if you see the definition of consideration, it also says in respect to in response to this. So when the credit note amount has been displayed against the invoice or against the outstanding, so that is considered the consideration. The financial credit note is considered as a consideration. So definition of consideration is very wide. You can take the benefit of that.
So to summarize, neither the ITC has to be reversed, neither would be added to a sale price for payment of GST. Thank you.
But my suggestion is always not to fight with the government. You will not win. Even they clarified by a circular saying that in case of financial credit note, no reversal is required. Immediately that officer got transferred and circular has been withdrawn. Whatever I am saying, you agree to this? The circular was categorically mentioned that in case of financial credit, no reversal is required. But that circular has been withdrawn, that is no more valid, and this officer is no more serving to the CBSE. They are in that particular purpose. This much I can inform. So how much?
Gabbar Singh tax.
Whatever you call it.
Head or a tail, it will give you the same answer.
I always say, whenever you find there is a situation when you are having two minds, whether this should be allowed to you or not, please go for that. It is not allowed to you.
Anyway, I don't agree with that. Reason is, amount is important, litigation is less important, and you can get the stay of 20%, you can get the interest of 6% on that. But losing the total amount without making a protest, that is what is my
point taken, sir. Third issue, Aditya, would be for you. The provisions of section 128A has been recently introduced in the budget 2024. It's a amnesty scheme or whatever we say. So it states that if the demand is outstanding by virtue of a show cause notice under section 73, that is cases other than fraud, misstatement, willful misstatement and suppression, for any tax period for say 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, where the full tax demanded is agreed to be paid before a notified date. To my mind, this is why council meeting 31st March, but not still notified. And where such tax duly notified is paid by such date, then in such a case, the interest under section 15 and penalty imposed under the Act will be waived off. So, under this scenario, the following questions would emerge. Now, say if there is a single order having multiple issues, and if taxpayer is having a genuine case of challenging question of law which constitutes only part of the demanded value, does it mean the taxpayer has doors closed for this relief for partial tax value? Whether partial relief can be availed for remaining and the remaining case can be taken to litigation?
My answer would be yes, the doors are closed because the language of 128 is very clear. See, at first and foremost, it is an amnesty scheme. Just because it has been brought by way of an amendment to a section does not mean that the language of this section is very clear. It is only dealing with one particular period, and it also very clearly states that if you want to opt for this relief, you have to pay the tax as per the notice or the order. We are talking about an order here right now. So whatever is the demand as per the order, you pay that demand by a particular date and your interest and penalty will be waived off. If you want to contest a part of that order or certain points of that order, you are allowed to, but then you let go of this. So either if you are saying that no, I don't think I will succeed in this, you will of course pay it off as admitted dues along with interest, or you contest those. If you lose there, you will have to pay the full interest and penalty.
It's an either or situation.
Yes.
Not like a,
if you are confident enough that you are going to win that, then there is going not again. वो तो अपना amnesty सालों से चलता है ना. If you win, there is no interest and penalty anyway. So you have to take that risk. The language of the section according to me is very clear. You cannot pick and choose like previous amnesties also. You either take the full amnesty or you leave it.
Mandar, so for the second issue, that is say it's a single order for multiple years. Whether litigation possible for 1 year and amnesty can be availed for remaining years or?
No, so in my view the procedural aspects are yet to be clarified, but I believe that each year is a separate year. So merely because against 1 year where the demand is 50,000, even if you believe that it's a litigation grown maybe in your favor, but you chose not to dispute it and go on to the amnesty. And in the second year the demand is 50 lakh rupees. The mere fact that you have chose to go into the amnesty scheme under year 1 would not have any sort of conclusions or repercussions or inferences as far as year 2 is concerned.
Even if it's a single order for the multiple years.
Even if it is a
single order issue for multiple years.
If it is a single order, then there is a problem, because if there is a single order, then you have to consider you can't go. The entire order is the same order. So as Aditya said,
it's
if
again
it's a
either
single order, then there is a problem. If there is a multiple order, I don't see any problem.
Ashok sir, the third question would be whether this would any writ or any SLP would make a point for similar relief for if it's a 74 case.
You see, 128 has been made to the budgetary changes as amendment, and if unfortunately act without any amendment the way it is mentioned, if it is passed, it will be the operation successful and patient dining. Nobody will get benefit of that, nobody will really go into that, because if you see the content of the show cause notice, it talks about each and everything for which there are a number of favorable judgments, right? So I don't think anybody is going to benefit. And apart from that, one act is amended, intention of law is very clearly mentioned in even the budget speech and all. I don't think writ and this will be admissible at all. Writ or
And one additional question that I would pose here, if any of the panelists or Sushil sir or anybody would like to.
Before you pose the question, I want to submit. I got opportunity to meet the Commissioner GST in CBIC, Mr. Sanjay Mangal, who is issuing all the circulars and the notifications, if you are aware. And I asked the same question, whatever he is asking. He said, law is very clear why you people are creating trouble. Law is very clear, tax paid as per notice or order. If it is covering 2 years only, within this limited, it will be covered, otherwise no. If it is covering for issue in the notice, I told him, sir, whenever we officer make a notice, he tried to cover all the issues which is related or not related or related. Then he will say that, okay, you try to get relief in the appeals. So, unnecessary, sir, I am quoting you that one example that yesterday only I received a notice. I personally visited to that officer and asked that this penalty you are asking under which provision? Oh, you forget this. Officer was not aware why penalty was in the notice. Then I referred to Mr. Sanjay Mangal. He said, Mr. Goyal, you are aware that we are not levying penalty. 128A is leaving the penalty. Sir, okay, sir, this is an example I am giving. Then I got opportunity to meet Sanjay Malhotra, who is the Revenue Secretary. He came to Calcutta and we have tried to discuss. Well, whatever written in the law, please don't try to go beyond that. Whatever written in the law, we will abide by that, and you please confine to that. Please don't look for money. Although I am requesting, we are submitting our suggestions. It is expected somewhere in September or November it will come. Now they are pursuing to bring it early, or in the next council meeting they are trying to bring some provisions that it can be done some other way. But to my understanding, rigidly they are going to follow. Hearing the Revenue Secretary as well as the Commissioner GST, they are not in a mood to give you way. They are saying it is the amnesty, and I don't know what is the amnesty. I I'm not understanding what is the amnesty.
That is the amnesty
Only
for
waiver.
government officers.
No, it is a mystery, sir. It's not an amnesty. It's a mystery.
That was there by
Mystery as to who will get the benefit.
No,
It is not mystery. Government is going to get the benefit.
No, I am taking a very longer time. People will know that I have done the research on the word amnesty for 3 hours. I tried to find out the word meaning of the amnesty. Amnesty was first introduced when there was a war-like situation in the country, and people were start keeping arms at their home. Some illegal, this is illegal, but they kept the arms due to the unrest in the country. And after the situation improved, then government given an amnesty that if somebody has kept the arm during this time, we are giving amnesty. We will not penalize them. So if some sort of illegal activities has been done and it is not being penalized, then it is known as amnesty.
Well said, sir. The fourth proposal would be that if say the registered taxable person has paid the tax amount just to stop for taking the interest, and now the order is only for interest and penalty. So whether this would apply, whether this would come to our list 128.
128A, that, so
only the order is only for interest and penalty, no tax amount, because it states that if you have paid the tax amount, then interest penalty is
like, okay, so one part of that answer is again, like Mandar started the discussion. The one sentence, the last sentence over there is that the modalities are yet to be prescribed by the rules. So that again, it remains to be seen, because if I were to go one step back, it is illogical. The kind of orders that we are seeing, day before yesterday, officer in Karnataka has told my client very clearly, 1 versus 3B difference, very simple, explained everything, right from ASMT 10 it started. 31st August, you please go and appeal. Now if something is attached to something, a real issue is also attached, what do? You just pay off. That is one part. Okay, so it is illogical. Let's wait for the rules. My answers, very short answer to this, again, looking at the language, I don't think you are going to get any relief of 128A because they are saying that now till this date you are going to make the payment of tax. If you already paid, forget it. Because this order is only for interest and penalty. So it is not an order for tax against which you are going to make the payment of tax. So where is the question of interest and penalty? This.
Although Sanjay Mangal was kind enough, he said, you please make it a part of your representation. I will try to see.
The next part of the answer is, what we have seen in the GST law is something is brought first, then a lot of representations go, and then they backtrack and change and then bring something else. So nothing can be said with certainty of what this government is going to do eventually.
No, so just when Maharashtra amnesty scheme came, whatever was written in law and ordinance and whatever actually happened was completely different. Unfortunately, this cannot happen in central laws. So that's the problem. But in Maharashtra, they were very lenient. Jo karna hai karo.
They wanted
to do that.
So let's move to the next issue. It's a very interesting issue with respect to notices issued under GST. The first being, Mandar, so if you can just address it. Say if there are multiple notices being issued by different officers of the same jurisdiction, or issued by different officers of central and state different jurisdiction for the same period, whether they are valid and the course of action to be taken in this.
Yeah, so I'll take a little bit, 2-3 minutes for answering this question because it goes into the basics as to who can issue the notices. Okay, so we have section 6 which says that if a notice is issued on a particular subject matter by a state officer on the same subject matter for the same tax period, the notice cannot be issued by the counterpart central state officer. So either the state officer or the central officer, either of them can issue a notice on the same subject matter for the same. Now, unfortunately, I use the words when the notice is issued. The law does not say the notice is issued. The law says if the proceedings are initiated. Okay. So, what do you mean by proceedings? That is very important to understand. And there are conflicting decisions. In the sense, whether inquiry summons, whether it is called as a proceedings or not. Courts have taken a view that
merely issuing of a summons is not a proceedings. With respect, I beg to differ. In my view, whenever an officer is empowered to carry a particular act or to carry a particular duty, and when he is exercising his power, the exercise of the power gives rise to initiation of a proceedings. That is how I would put it at. So, even a summons, according to me, when a particular officer is undertaking an inquiry, which he is empowered to do, and he is issuing a summons, according to me, that is an initiation of proceedings. And in fact, the law also has a fiction saying that the summons proceedings are considered to be a judicial proceedings under the CPC. So it would be incorrect, in my view, to say that when somebody is issuing the summons for the purpose of inquiry, the proceedings have not been initiated. That is what my view is. So any officer who is empowered to do a particular act, undertakes that act, the proceedings have been initiated. Having said this, the second aspect is, what are the subject matter? What is the subject matter? So there again, a subject matter, there could be some interpretation issues. So broadly, if the inquiry is being issued for a particular subject matter, which is identified, which could be identified from that particular notice, then one can take a view that the central, like for example, availment of an ITC, irregular availment of an ITC. Now this is a subject matter. It may be in respect of one transaction, it may be in respect of multiple transactions. So availment of the ITC is a subject matter. So anyway, so state officer, central officer having identified the subject matter cannot issue a parallel noticing. That is the mandate of section 6.6.2, and I think that is very clear on that. Now the second part of it, if the two different officers under the same state, so two state officers, one is investigation officer and one is my jurisdictional officer. Now, whether they can do a parallel proceedings. If you really ask me, according to me, for different functions, again, that could be the view which I am open to correction by others. According to me, the proper officer is a person who is appointed by the board of commissioner to be the proper officer. So in case of central law, it is a CBIC. Through circular, they have clarified who is the proper officer. And in case of a state law, it is a commissioner. And by delegation, by circulars, commissioner decide who is the proper officer. So whatever I have read, I have come to the conclusion is that for different aspects, there can be different proper officers. Okay, for investigation officer, for this particular, there can be different proper officer. There can be multiple persons having jurisdiction over the same person. So it would be incorrect to say that only those officers who are mentioned in my portal as red or black color, whatever, only that person is my jurisdictional officer and other person is not my jurisdictional. According to me, may not be a correct statement. So there can be multiple proper officers for a particular aspect, but again there, I would take a view that once a particular inquiry is taken by one officer, then for all logical conclusions, that matter may not be taken by the other officer of the same state, and that is what is, I would believe, a investigating parity. Because even the courts have taken a view that if the same matter is taken by DGGI also and by Central Elections Officer also, then one of them has to be investigated. So that principle is emanating out of the circular instruction issued by the CBIC at least. State, it may be there, it may not be there, but I think the same principle should follow. So just to conclude, same subject matter, state officer, central officer cannot proceed. Two different officers, they can proceed, there is no provision in the law, but I think in the spirit of the internal jurisdiction, section 168, whatever circulars they can issue, by that there must be some clarity that the state and the central should bring about these aspects.
So since you have touched upon this,
yes. Only the differentiating factor is, now let's say ineligible ITC or some fraudulent tax invoices, so-called alleged fraudulent tax invoices by supplier or supplier. Even this subject is different than that of 17.5H ineligible credit. So these will be considered as the different issues. So identical issue cannot be considered by the two different authorities.
Yes, sir.
But even the similar issues may be considered, and there are favorable decisions in favor of the revenue also, and there are similar contradictory equal number of decisions that they have the authority. So this issue is something very, if you see identical issue, now when you say identical, whether the same set of invoice number का demand आया है क्या, वही साल का, और इसमें different supplier भी है. If different supplier, it is not identical issue. So this is what is the thin line between that.
So that was the connecting question to this issue. Yeah. Let's say whether a fresh SCN can be issued for the same period, where an SCN has already been issued and dropped. If it relates to the same issue, or if it's related to a different issue, what can be said to be a same issue or a subject matter that rightly suggested, that is mentioned as subject matter. Say if there was an earlier allegation that payment of by 4 suppliers were with respect to cancelled registration. So again, whether department can issue a same SCN for say कि नहीं उसमें से 6 रह गया था, अभी हमको दूसरे 6 का करना है. So what can be said to be a subject matter of the same issue or a different issue?
That's what I was saying. Identical means exactly identical. Even in customs or even the income tax, something we can talk in this one. Identical and similar is somewhat nearby, but in this context, identical means exactly identical, dicto to dicto. So if 4 suppliers का non-payment आया है and 6 का रह गया है, subject to the limitation period, even after that it will go 3.5 years from the last year returns filed and all. So as such, they can. It cannot be considered to be a identical issue.
Aditya, would you like to add something?
Yeah, just I think Mandar is explaining section 6. So 6, the whole point is of 6.2b.
6.2b,
yeah. Correct? Where and the contentious words are, one is proceedings and second is subject matter. He has expressed his opinion. We have judgments of the High Court, which one is Allahabad High Court is clearly saying that the law has used 3 different words: inquiry, investigation, proceedings. So summons and all these things are inquiries or investigations. They are not to be considered as proceedings. Proceedings are something where the notice has been issued, and that is what we will consider as a proceeding. Then we come to subject matter. What is going to be subject matter? So in addition to what has already been stated, Supreme Court in Vallabh Das versus Madan Lal has considered what is the expression subject matter, and they have held that subject matter has not been defined in Civil Procedure Code. This expression includes the cause of action and the relief claim. So what the Supreme Court says that unless the cause of action and the relief claimed in the second suit are exactly the same as in the first suit, it cannot be said that the subject matter in the second suit is the same. So that is being established. So like sir said, it has to be exactly added. So your question was कि पहले 4 का किया था, अभी हम लोग बोल रहे हैं कि अभी हम लोग दूसरे 6 का करेंगे. Same period, there is no bar in issuing number of show cause notices also. And like he said that there is no bar, just for administrative purposes they have assigned you to state. That does not mean the central authority cannot issue a notice. He is very about to issue a notice. Yes.
There is just one distinction I would like to make. See how inquiry happens. Suppose that no, I want to issue a show cause notice. Then that would be bad in my view. He may explore the rectification route, saying that it missed out. But if he issues another show cause notice, then in my view it would be amounting to the review. And I don't think that the power of review is there in the GST. So therefore, to that extent, I will distinguish that it may not be, in the sense, there would be some other limitations, as a result of which he may not be in a position to take.
First thing is, I don't think any show cause notice gives you the database of all the suppliers mismatches. Yes. They give you the summary level. So it is open to the sky. Okay. So you cannot gauge that. And summons and proceedings. Actually, proceeding what starts with this desk review, which is the SMT 10, and then you reply in SMT 11 and so forth, or ADT 01 audit, query less than ADT. Whereas summons is nothing but fact finding. So fact finding cannot be considered as a proceeding. That is what is very clear in the law.
So, thank you, sir. The next issue would be posed to Aditya. This is a very practical issue, and I believe everyone would be facing sometime or the other, because we have seen department invoking section 74 a lot of times when they are out of time. So they just want to issue 74 notice just to cover their base. So Aditya, if say there are two questions involved here. That is, say for a period, say proceedings were initiated and closed under 73. They have closed the matter. Now whether proceedings can again be initiated under 74 for the same period. Now whether or not they have found the fraud, misful misstatement in earlier proceedings which they have closed or not, whether they can issue this, and secondly whether extended period under 74, because for 74 there are 5 years and for 73 is 3 years, so whether extended period under 74 can be invoked for the same issue in the say second year, that is say for 1920, when in the first year 1819 for the same issue 74 was issued and considered. So that is the meaning that in 1819 they had issued a 74 notice, they had considered all these points, and for the same issue again, whether in 1920 again they can issue 74. That was a fraud again for the same. Yeah.
So my answer to the first question, whether where a notice has been issued under 73 and it has been closed, whether a fresh show cause notice for the same issue under 74 can be issued, my answer to that is no. Not unless the officer is able to produce extraordinary evidence of fraud or misstatement which was not known to him at the previous stage, he cannot. If he can, yes, of course, there is no bar in issuing notice, but according to me, unless he can prove that, he has issued a notice, he has concluded the proceeding saying that there is no fraud, thereafter the onus is upon him, and it has to be an extraordinary evidence. The second question I was not able to understand a little quickly, because now I first thought that there was a mistake in writing where that earlier period also 74 you are saying. Yeah. My impression was that earlier it was closed in 73 and next year you are coming in 72. So in 1819 a notice for 74 was issued. 74 was issued. Closed under section 74 only. Now for the same issue can he go under 1920, can he issue a notice under 74? Yes, why not?
Yeah, because he had already had the information in the previous year that...
But the section 74 can be invoked where there is a suppression or misstatement from the taxpayer's end. Where he's done that for 2 consecutive years, then the officer is well within his right to invoke 74 for every year in which he finds that this has been done. Correct? So unless now thereafter when the proceedings have closed, and again, it depends on what is being alleged, whether it is being stated that there is willful misrepresentation or suppression of facts, and in that case where certain turnover has not been disclosed in returns and it is continuing for all these years, even after adjudication proceedings for earlier years have closed, it still remains the fact that the taxpayer has not gone on disclosing those. So in my opinion, that 74 for the next year, yes, it can be.
So to your mind, you are saying that it is to be seen year-wise and not issue-wise for 74. Means year-wise if there is a mistake.
I would go as for a combination of year-wise and issue-wise.
You see, if it is the classification issue of the earlier year and it has been settled under either 73 or 74, in the next year it will not be, because department is well aware what I am manufacturing, where it is and what is the well, until the notification wording has changed subsequently. Otherwise, on other different issues, again the same identical issues will come.
Any views?
Only I was just trying to understand, because section 74 or under section 73 there is also a provision which says that if there is the same ground, then in the subsequent period you don't have to give a full show cause notice. If the ground says that the facts are the same,
statement will be issued.
then you have to issue a statement. Okay, now that statement can be issued under section 73 also, because 73 also permits issuance of the statement under section 73. And if you look at section 74, 74 also contains a provision which says that if everything is same, then a notice issued under section 74. So earlier the notice was issued under section 74. Now you are issuing the notice for the second period, a statement you are issuing. Then even if you issue a statement for a notice which is issued under section 74 for the earlier period, that statement will be deemed to be a notice issued under section 73. These are the wordings of section 74. And then the question comes, if that happens, then whether my penalty will be levied under section 74 or under section 73. Okay, so first demand was raised under section 74. Second statement is issued under section 74. There are no allegations of the fraud.
everything remaining the same, because the law says if there are allegations of the fraud, then you can't issue. You have to then make an allegation of the fraud, you have to issue a separate notice for that. So if there are no allegations of the fraud, then that particular notice would be deemed to be a notice under section 70P. So there is a lot of confusion here, if you ask me. One practical case, I was issued a statement. First notice was under section 74. A notice was issued to me under section 74 for the first period. Second period, the title of the notice was under section 73. In between, they used both the section, and at the end they concluded section 74. And when we asked in good faith to the officer to clarify under which section I am supposed to answer, he said we have power to issue the same notice under both sections. So you deem it whatever you want, you give me whatever you want. We are issuing under both sections. So that is what the position is.
You see, section 74 until mens rea is proven. Certain provisions of section 74 cannot be invoked by the law. But anyway, officer can write anything. It is you to defend your case.
Nowadays, tax not paid is mens rea. That you have not paid the tax. I simply ask, sir, why? Sir, what I have done? No, you have not paid the tax now. Means you have done the fraud with the department. If you have not issued the notice, this money has gone. So there is a fraud.
Not disclosing something in the return is considered to be suppression of facts by the department, by default.
Then my answer to this was, why not you made a return in such a detail that you have to declare this also?
Point taken, sir.
You see, you have to go through the press release also, go back to history. 17, 18, 18, 19 or subsequently. Even today, GSTR 9 is auto-populated as per whatever GSTR 1 and 3 is there. But press release very clearly says that it is option on you to correct it based on the books of accounts. So, when you are filing the annual return or 9C duly certifying books of accounts, if you take care of all that, then I don't think that 74 will come on this count, because you have already disclosed and reconciled the books of accounts and give it the reconciliation in detailed manner. So 74 in that circumstances cannot be. I accept something is given that you are not declared or you have restricted.
Thank you, sir. The next question, sir, would be to you, Ashok, sir. Let's say fake registration drives often prove to be a way of alleged harassment for taxpayers. Any fake registration drives that are being conducted, they just come for the visit and in the garb of fake registration for checking, they ask a lot of documents and submissions from the department. So whether any way the taxpayer can safeguard himself?
See, as of today, if you see number of earlier High Court decisions or today's High Court decisions, before 21-22, that is January 22. Whatever the provisions, section 16, I was able to prove myself that transaction has really happened and movement of goods has happened. E-way bill is there, vehicle number is correct, not something fake. Supplier, at the time of supply was existing or the place of supply was existing. If you can prove these conditions and tax invoice was in position, you have received the tax goods in services, and you have this one, and tax has been discharged. That is I have filed the return. Then basically matching provision was not introduced, even the 36(4) which was introduced in late October 18, 19. Even that was not having any section backing. 62 AAA was amended and made effective from 1st January 22. So prior to 22, all those fake invoices case, provided you prove these bona fides of yours, I don't think you will get the relief in the tribunal stage. Prior to that, I can't say that, because you know most of the revenue officers will not take the risk on that.
इसलिए हमने ट्राइब्यूनल बनाया ही नहीं ना कि आपको रिलीफ मिल जाए.
हाँ, वही ट्रिब्यूनल तो बनने दीजिए. That is what is I expect in coming 3 years. Of course, it is said now on 1st September some of the tribunals will be functional. Let us see.
Selection here not yet done. How the tribunal will be functional? Only they have selected president of the tribunal.
No, but I think
State president they have to select.
10% they have selected.
State president.
Yeah, state president.
Because they have only selected president of the tribunal. He will be heading the national bench. And national bench is going to deal with only and only dispute between the states.
Different tribunals.
The dispute between the states and the place of supply provisions when there is a dispute of supply falling in two different states. These all only will be handled by the president bench with the national bench in Delhi. In Delhi we are also going to have a state bench.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Now, going to the paucity of time, I believe there is also dinner served outside. So, just last 3 questions. I would just request the panelists to be giving the views very quickly and in short. Will not take any other views of any other panelists due to paucity of time, sorry. But if you can just give your short views or comments on the same. First would be for Aditya, additional part payment issue with respect to made now with respect to the new circular 224. But say it also specifies that intimation also has to be done to the proper officer. Say if it is not done, the conditions are not fulfilled. What are the procedure defects or repercussions or procedures to be followed in this respect?
Don't worry about the circular. The circular is bad in law. This first and foremost circular cannot make law. Your 112 section is very clear. At the time of filing of appeal, you are going to pay the pre-deposit. Your tribunal is not formed. Merely because you did not make the payment of pre-deposit, you did not give intimation, does not mean that you are precluded from filing of appeal. I'll keep it short. Yes.
Thank you.
Whether I got the relief, whether department is going to inform me that we are going to file appeal in tribunal. This is applicable for both.
Yes, it will be for both sides.
So whether they are going to inform us that they are going to dispute the matter.
The state commissioner's circular goes one step ahead of saying that if you already filed annexure I, as per the previous state circular, and you don't file a declaration as per this new circular, we will consider that you are not filing an appeal.
And
how does that?
What
logic is that? I have already informed you that I am going to file an appeal. Okay, so those procedural defects and
should not be
So now, even Maharashtra state earlier this was not the problem. Now since CBIC state, अभी अपने को भी idea आ गया कि तब तक 10% लेके बैठ जाओ. तो ये anything you can put by way of circular. That does not mean you wanted to do this. You introduced any which way you reduced 20% to 10% in the finance act. You should have introduced this provision also. We have not put anything in the law. What is the point of making law as per the circular? No point.
Second question would be
Can I ask another supplementary question? Although time is served. Suppose I deposited 20% and by the day I will file appeal, Act will be amended. Can I file a refund claim of 10% on that day?
No. Next we'll move on. Mandar sir, the second question would be, second last question would be, the GST department has often been asking taxpayers to adhere to the disclosures of amount of tax paid, availed and reversed in the head, even if the taxpayer has not taken the ITC availment in the first place. So they just tell कि जो 2B में देते हैं सब कुछ ले लो और बाद में सब कुछ reverse करो. So, however, there is no provision in the law which mandates this. So how far this is correct and the tax authorities are asking to revise, आप return में दिखाओ ये सब और ऐसा.
Very short answer. See, this circular 170 is issued under section 168. It is an instruction direction to the officer. It is not binding on me. Section 168 says that instructions can be issued to the officer for uniform implementation of the law. They are the one who are implementing the law, and for their uniformity they are asking me to. So if I don't do it, there is nothing wrong. Because it's not binding on me, there is no procedure in the law. It's all null and void. If at all they come to me, and we have got the notices, we have seen the letters. Yes. Say, if you don't do this, we will initiate a penalty proceeding. Disallow your ITC to that extent. And let me tell you, today afternoon only, Sudhir Rawala and me, we were discussing about the repercussions of this. In your artificial intelligence, where whatever you do, ultimately outstanding demand will be in favor of the department. Your 6B, your 8A and 8B, right? Whatever you will take, which is you have not taken, you take and you reverse and then you reclaim. So the same credit will be taken twice.
It will appear in 6.
It will appear in your 8A and then the demand the difference will be double.
Double, again.
And then you explain.
Yes, yes, perfect, perfect. Because
Then you explain why the difference is double.
Yes, because the reduction in 7 is not been incorporated in 8.
So cheat में आ रहा but cheat.
Yes.
So just to the one step further of your question also, even though for those people who are following this circular, they are issuing now actually one step short of issuing notices to those people that 4B1 में जो reverse किया वो जाके वो तुम्हारा वो क्रेडिट वो उसका एक अलग लेजर बना दिया उसमें जाके पढ़ा वो 16/4 का टाइम लिमिट खत्म हो गया अभी उसको 4B2 में रिवर्स करो हाउ डू आई डू इट and if you don't do it we will reverse that ITC that is the ITC which I have never claimed which was appearing in my 2B I have reversed it as a temporary reversal अभी उसका प्रोविजन आप लोगों ने बनाया नहीं तो जो ITC क्लेम ही नहीं किया है उसको रिवर्स कहाँ से करोगे आप so all these notices
वो solution भी देते हैं आप वापस ले लो और रिवर्स
हाँ so that they are putting you put it in 4A5 and then you put it in 4B2 किसने बोला है मैं बोला ये नहीं करेंगे हम लोग forget it
First thing, the format of return is not the law, is only the procedure for it.
And finally, the last question, sir, to Ashok sir would be, say the core parts of the law, namely classification and valuation, they have really not seen much light of the day, besides some few advanced rulings. Is this the time we call it calm before the storm, or how should we be ready for facing these core-based issues of litigations, of valuation and classification?
One thing of the GST, what has come good is the second provision of Rule 28. So that valuation problem of related parties and all open market value that. So valuation disputes almost in the GST I don't find now that may be the substantial now. But as far as classification is concerned, now department started. Now started. Oh, jahan pe bhi, you see, unfortunately what has happened, unlike in excise, the notification was with respect to HSN. Exemption notification was with respect to HSN. But when you have made this GST of a hybrid of a state and central, what has been happened? Exemption notification has come just like a wording of a VAT exemption era, that specific name or specific exemption. Though it is linked with the HSN, but HSN में पूरा वो नहीं आता है. So wording है उसका exemption. So now such issue has started cropping in. So and for that they can always invoke 74th even though there is no mens rea, nothing is like that. But still now classification, show cause notice started issuing it based on certain where the rates has been reduced or rates has been 28%, 18%. All that now they have started coming in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the panelists for your.
Kruna, with your permission, before we conclude, the 7 years of GST, that question was not asked to me, but since we have got Sushil ji here, Chairman GST IDT Committee, one thing, expectation, the committee has done a wonderful job of teaching the GST law when it came to all the chartered accountants. Lot of certification course, lot of faculty training program, lot of content, lot of material. Unfortunately, more and more we became wise, and the gap between the departmental understanding and our understanding became wider. There became a lot of problem. And now I believe understanding that GST committee is also doing some work for training the departmental officers. So it will take 1 or 2 minutes, but I think Sushil ji, since you are here, our efforts that committee is making, if you can explain this.
Yeah, we are approaching each and every state government and as well as the central government for giving us opportunity to teach them. And the reason for started this initiative that 99% of the officer understand that the issue of chartered accountant means there is some association of chartered accountant and there's nothing more. And we are so much learned in GST, the chartered accountant doing so much working in GST is not known to them. Now we have taken training. Yesterday only we signed MOU with the NASEM, that is the National Academy Journal Training Institute of the NASEM in Chennai. So now they are understanding slowly and slowly, and if chartered accountant appearing before them, even I appeared in one of the case, the officer sitting beside him, oh sir, I've seen you somewhere. Oh, then immediately you came for training. you are a teacher, you are teaching me. So immediately it will impact it on the other officer that whatever we are saying now carries values. I was telling that 20 days it took me to make him understand Rule 42. Ultimately that ended by the comment of the other officers that you are teacher, you are teaching me. The session was very good. So this type of comments will definitely help make them understand that what ICAI is, and a member of ICAI is carry values. And in that program also we also inform them, sir, our this syllabus is covering so much of the marks for the GST. A person who is becoming chartered accountant, undergoing the theoretical as well as practical training, then only he is getting qualification. So these type of things are getting informed to them, and I always say all my faculties in the GST committee, do not argue. Sir, this is your view, this is my view, I have submitted, let me close. You keep on doing whatever you are doing, I am not asking you to stop your practice. This is not a fall in the
good experience for us also. Because I had gone to State Department Goa training, and I was given the topic of recovery. So I am talking in front of a room full of officers on recovery. So it is a very insightful experience for us to also, and it is necessary, as Sir said, that it will create value in the long run for the chartered accountants, and it will bear more weight for the chartered accountants seeing. That is one part. Second part is, it is the dire need of the hour is to educate the departmental officers. So there is also one view that always comes is that why are you teaching the officer the tricks of the... So it's not that, it's knowledge. The knowledge of the act, if the officers have, it is going to be beneficial for everyone. It's not, we are not teaching them कि हम लोग ऐसा चोरी करने को बता रहे. Nobody is doing that. Correct? So in the interest of larger implementation of the law, that is required.
Thank you. 3 days before I was taking session in Nasir, Calcutta, the officer said, sir, by this issue, less than notices.
Thank you so much, everybody, all the panelists and Sushil sir and everybody. I personally thank all of you because of your sharing of such an insightful session and your knowledge. Thank you, and I hand over to the organizers to close it.
Thank you so much. May I please have a huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for a wonderful session. I'm here for the formal vote of thanks for the entire event. So bear with me for 2 minutes. I would like to thank our wonderful distinguished speakers who have given us a huge amount of knowledge over these 2 days. I'm sure everyone is going back home with a lot of positives. No event would be complete without the sponsors for the event. I would like to thank our sponsors, TJSP Bank, Capital Tree, IDFC Bank and O22. The next set of people I'd like to thank, I call them the backbone of our branch. Without them, none of the branch functions would be effective. They are our branch staff, Rupa, Sanjay, Mansi, Kavita, Mahesh and Paresh. I would also like to thank our students who have been helping us out, the wonderful Vikasa team whom you have seen in these 2 days. I would also like to thank Satkar for the wonderful hall arrangements and the catering that we have been enjoying for the past 2 days. The technical team who has been looking after the sound, LED and everything else. And finally, to all of you wonderful participants who have been with us for these 2 days. I hope you have had a lot of learning, a lot of fun, and as Thane branch, it has been a pleasure to be able to consistently bring our flagship program of Taxathon to you year after year. Thank you so much. We have reached towards the end of our program. We have dinner over here towards the right and also towards the cafeteria as we had yesterday. Thank you so much. Good night.